Tank Furyk.
What are you guys up to?
Nothing much until you added me. I mean, added the server.
I was chilling. Yeah. Frank, that's got to be like top 5 worst debates I've ever heard. That was like Attack of the Clones. Like
debate. Which debate?
So it was in the server called Best Religious Debates. Ironically, one of the worst debates I've ever heard. Just like
I'll trust him to be the best, but that's because I haven't heard very many good ones.
Yeah, I agree. But this was like the debate format was like 10 people on main stage, and all of them were like clueless, asking questions like, if God real, then why pain? You know, those like.
Yeah, I joined late, but it was pretty weird. Like I joined in, and people were, I don't even know, it didn't even sound like a debate really.
Then again, we just got the silliest arguments with the bro guy.
Yeah, I thought they all didn't know what they were talking about, or they were just like casually talking but not having a real debate.
I mean, as usual, Tom brought up some good points, but then, oh no, you couldn't do that. Yes, I could. I did. This is just pretty simple to do.
What?
He gave examples of calculating speeds and doing basic experiments based on distance. Yeah, none of those would have worked.
Remote bro dude guy, flat earther.
Yep, that's the one.
Hilarious. Oh God.
Flat Earth is based, man.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Flat. Did you see that video of Darth getting mad at Flat Earth?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, pure comedy.
The crazy gets angry at crazy. Yay!
Dude, Darth is funny, man.
Oh yes, he definitely is.
He's funny, yeah.
Very entertaining.
I'm not even convinced he's a real person, but that's how strange he is. He's such a weird guy.
He's a soundboard. Don't worry.
Yeah, yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Like he seems like a fucking AI that someone created.
Well, that could be a soundboard. I mean, isn't that what all precepts are?
It's a
living script.
It's a computer that Bonson created at the end of his life.
Yeah,
like
I am the living embodiment of script.
Not really,
me.
because it'd be older than that. It was a computer that Bonson created in the 60s. Like the first unknown computer known to man.
Darth's been debating for 12 years.
They discovered that fucking computer in the bunker. Captain America.
Wait, you said Darth has been doing this for 12 years? He said it was 10. Or is he lying? Was he lying?
He's presupposing 12 years.
He started on Xbox Live. Can you imagine him being on Xbox Live with this bullshit?
On Call of Duty, just in the middle of 26 kills. Hey, what instantiates all possibility and impossibility, sir?
Yeah. Ridiculous.
I want to don't overtalk me, or else I'm gonna leave.
I think the worst arguments for religion, I think, are like experience. Like I experience God. Yeah. So at that point, begs the question: like, how do you experience God? You know, like what's the mechanism that causes that to happen?
Yeah, that was one of the arguments the guy from the main stage brought up, but in like the Best Religious Debate server, but how does he presuppose, let's say, or assume that his experience is not contorted in a sense when he's experiencing the supernatural? Like, how does he know his experience isn't distorted in such a way that he can fully understand something infinite like God? Right. That's why I agree with you. It's a piss poor argument. And it doesn't matter if you like gathered the experience of so many people and say, well, the probability that their experiences are false is so infinitely small. I think that's what he said. It doesn't matter. It doesn't confirm God's existence. So why even bring up that argument?
Yeah.
Well, no, the worst parts are when they try to justify it by saying, "Oh, this has to do with a real place. Like there are historical events in there, and yeah, and there are in Spider-Man." That doesn't make it true.
I mean, yeah, you could just run that argument analogy, and then they'll just like rethink it. I mean, and here's the other problem is that they probably watched too many I went to hell and went back videos, which
Yeah.
kind of have the ting to like scare people, uh, you know, and while that's kind of emotionally compelling, that's not rationally compelling. So it doesn't like bring you to any logical proof of God. It's just more an aim at the listeners or the viewer's desires. So yeah, I'm not convinced by any of the subjective anecdotal arguments.
I actually had to teach Sunday school and reassure a kid, was he 9 years old, that his uncle that was dying wasn't gonna suffer forever.
I mean, here's also the thing. People say, well, I had a near death experience and I saw God. Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing, though. When you're close to death, the DMT releases in your brain and it kind of enables your brain to experience, supernatural or mystical experiences. And there's kind of a naturalistic neuroscientific account for this, whereas all they have is I saw God, therefore God real.
I remember
Okay,
the first
you're
talks
talking again and
when
you'll
we
be
heard about the
server
God
muted.
helmet. That was interesting. Like that helmet that actually had people wearing it think there was another person in the room. That was some pretty interesting experiments to do, and something to learn about the human psyche.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was debating this one guy on PNR. His name is Objects Are Real. He's part of this server as well, but he like he's the type of person that he's like a God of the gaps kind of person. Like he he was trying to tell me like something about how like we don't know like how consciousness arises and like thoughts are immaterial, which I was talking to Grandmaster about, but like so I mean, and then he told me like thoughts are not electrical signals, so I had to find it online, and they are electrical signals. So it's it's kind of difficult, but like he believes like because thoughts are immaterial, like there's a god or something like that. What do you guys think about that?
What material you said?
I'm a full materialist. Thoughts are material.
That's what I was thinking too, but it's like he believes like they're immaterial. So
Yeah.
The greatest proof we have that thoughts are material is that you can damage or alter somebody's brain in such a way that their thoughts are being altered.
Even if you wanted to posit that they were immaterial, I just don't. It doesn't make sense to say that there has to be something that's also immaterial and supernatural, which
Yeah,
cause the immateriality of thoughts to exist. I mean, there's no evidence for that. So
actually, that was one great horror I faced. Like I think while while I still thought there we had a soul, but I wasn't a full atheist yet. Thinking, hey, we know that altering the brain can actually alter thoughts. But I think there's a soul out there that also has control of it. If my brain was altered in such a way I became a serial killer, would my poor innocent soul watch my body kill people without being able to stop me?
Yeah, you're right. You're definitely right about that. And the thing is, like, another thing he said, like, he's man, I'm trying to remember, but like, if like if thoughts are immaterial, then like, where do they exist, right? He was trying to posit like they don't exist in like a place, and I said, well, they exist within reality, right? So they exist within space. So it's like, because he was arguing like it doesn't exist within space. He said that thoughts exist within time, but not space, right? And I'm like, what space is reality? Like everything like we call space is in reality. So it's like space isn't like oxygen or air or something like that, you know?
Yeah, some people misconstrue and don't understand the modern understanding that space and time are the same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can't have one without the other.
That's the reason we call it space time nowadays.
Again, I mean, if they're gonna use a god of the gaps, they're probably not worth listening to, because I mean, even with naturalism, there's much more of a parsimonious, more simple explanation for how consciousness emerges, right? Since that's what we can experience in the physical world, whereas theism, right? We don't know, uh, the realm of where God is in, where He can create immaterial thoughts,
There's a
right?
reason most serious debaters nowadays are all precepts or something akin to it. And even if you try to compare William Lane Craig's, which is a pretty well-known debater, and his arguments, they're pretty much all based on either tradition or presupposition. He tries to define God into existence.
Yeah, that's what I've seen too. Them trying to define God into existence, like Darth, for instance, he was saying like we presuppose the age of the Earth, right? And then and he said, well, how do you know that the Earth wasn't created 5 minutes ago? And because he was trying to prove the 6,000-year-old Earth, right? Because God could have made the old Earth, like a Earth that looked old or like felt old, even though it wasn't. But at that point, you would ask, why would God like make it that way in the beginning? You know, why would God make it seem like the Earth is old, which leads us to like believing that it's actually old. But yeah,
I mean, I mean that if he's gonna run that argument for thoughts, then that's just the same thing that creationists do with intelligent design. When there isn't any sufficient evidence in the natural world in order to explain something, then you just posit a god. God did it, right? And he's just applying this for thoughts. So, I mean, I don't know why you would waste your time with that.
yeah, he's like a new guy on PNR. He has some interesting ideas and he's very scientific minded. Which is
No, he's not. No, he's not.
yeah, I guess not, right? But he seems like he knows a lot about science, right? And I was trying to bring things up. He's like, "Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, I know about that." So,
It's not just knowing about science. It's just uh, applying certain principles, like uh, the principle of unfalsification, right? There's a reason why uh, theism often gets, a bad rap when it comes to that principle. It's because theism has so many confirmations as to uh, so many confirmations to prove something, right? Like, where did the universe come from? Where do we get our morality from? This and that. that it's much more complicated, whereas naturalism is much simpler and there's not enough confirmations about where things come from. And if we can confirm a theory is true, then we experience it in the physical world. Whereas under theism, we don't really have a grasp of what God is like because we've never experienced it. He's outside of space time, right? So
Well,
it's
then
very
again, there
difficult
are people
to.
that say they have experienced it.
Well, yeah, but well, there's one thing to say that they experience it, and there's another thing to claim that they understand like all these complex properties that are affirmed to God, like omniscience, omnipotence, etc. Right? That makes the theistic hypothesis much more complicated than naturalism because under naturalism, we can explain everything just as fine in the physical world, whereas these people want to make claims about something that is outside and transcends their understanding, but yet they have so many confirmations for it.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a. This was what Karl Popper said with theories such as communism, fascism, religion, is that um, if a particular theory or hypothesis contains too many confirmations, then it's much harder to prove because, like something like fascism, if let's say they always say like culture is decaying or the identity of a nation is decaying, they would always offer a solution for that, and it's fascism. The same is under communism, where um, there's class conflict and there's the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, and there is a solution for that, the dictatorship of the proletariat, and then later on, it's the withering away of the states into higher phase communism, right? Whereas the alternatives to that, like capitalism, right? There aren't many confirmations as to what can solve these economic problems, right? You just have the free markets, and you just assume that the free market is going to lift billions of people out of poverty, right? But my whole point is that capitalism is much simpler than communism, and the same kind of applies here. That naturalism is much simpler than theism. Theism offers too many confirmations internally within their entire worldview. That's going to be much harder to prove.
Yeah. Hey, Race Car, you there? I guess not. Um.
Yeah, I am. Hey,
Oh, okay. Hey, how you doing, man? So, what do you guys think?
waking up.
Oh, okay. So do you guys think that religion should should be gone? Like, we should be gone with religion. Like, we should move on past it to a certain degree, and or do you think it's like beneficial to the world in some sense?
Mm. I've become more. I was tolerant like a few years back, but I've become more of the mindset that we should just get rid of it.
I feel like anything that divides us, we should get rid of. Um, and that's why, sometimes I feel like having one government rather than having several would be better because then like one government would be able to um like uh compete with itself, kind of like how you compete with yourself in order to like improve. um but yeah. So what do you guys, what's your theory on how the universe began?
Small bang.
Well,
Um, I've been looking more into the amplitude heater model, and up to now, I think that as a quantum field theory, it makes more sense out of the others. But
how does that go?
yeah, there's a good possibility that the first cause is mindless.
But do you? It's like you know how Tom says like outside of space and time. I don't know if you ever heard of that, but it's like I don't understand the concept of being something being outside of space and time. Like that concept to me just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, what we know from physics is that there's a lot of stuff that is counterintuitive, especially like if you think about quantum mechanics and all of that stuff. So just because something doesn't make sense, it doesn't mean much really in the real
Right.
world.
Right.
Like we don't even know like what the heck black holes are and what do they do. We just speculate on some stuff. We don't know about black matter. We don't know many things, and like why is the universe accelerating? Well, as I understand it, it's like part of it is accelerating from another. So it's counterintuitive with the fact that there's gravity and then some other part is moving towards each other. So, for example, like Andromeda, the other galaxy, is heading towards our galaxy, and in some bajillion time, it will collide with us. I have no idea what's gonna happen then, but it's interesting to ponder. So there's a lot of stuff that does make sense, common sense for us. Like a simple example that you can think of is in special and general relativity, where you have the faster you travel closer to the speed of light, time changes, time functions differently. So that's weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
I mean, for us, we're that don't experience that every day, that's weird.
Yeah.
So you can think about the rest, like the way people really think about this stuff. Because I was at some point a PhD student in atmospheric science in physics, and I have a master's in material science. So I know a little bit about this. I worked for like a couple of years in academia, but I moved on to something else. So we just create models about the stuff that we think we understand about the world, and the models are just like some mathematical concepts, and then we have to interpret those somehow. And sometimes they just don't make much sense to us, like this idea with the time dilation and whatever. So we just thinking, like most people think in terms of mathematics, like what happens, and tries to interpret into reality, where instead of the other way around. Like, so I guess what I'm trying to say is that doesn't necessarily mean that that's how stuff happens in reality. There might be something completely different. We just take a look at the mathematical terms and say, well, this is how they behave in our equations, and they somehow explain or map somehow to reality, and we use words to describe them that kind of like, in combination of English words that don't necessarily make sense to us all the time. So it's just an interpretation. As for like the beginning of the universe, like I have no idea. I would probably go with well, what do you mean by universe? Do you mean like our universe or like everything?
Well,
The material universe.
right.
The material, yeah.
I'm a pantheist, so I think everything that exists is a universe. So I would say what created like our universe, rather than, or maybe if you want to believe in the multiverse, I would say what created the multiverse at that point.
Right. Okay. Well, For that, I don't think we will ever know, but my guess would be nothing. It's always been there.
Yeah, but then it's like, okay, if the universe has always been there, then like how did it get to us? Like the what was the chain of events that led to us? You know, that's what a lot of theists would say at that point.
Sure. I mean, it's a natural question, but again, as we explained, some of this stuff is counterintuitive. Like some of these questions don't even make sense. I guess that's my point. You can't think in terms of like natural stuff, everyday natural stuff, because it doesn't work that way. Like if you think about it, if you talk about like with some theist or someone about like what happens at the molecular level, stuff that we use every day, like computers and whatever. We have hardware now that uses quantum effects, like in transistors and that type of stuff. That's completely outside of the common sense. It doesn't because, for example, in quantum mechanics, there's this there's a possibility that an electron or some particle can teleport through solid matter, which isn't something that we see every day.
Right.
So, and some of this stuff is not just mathematical, it's actual stuff that we use to calculate behavior at that level so that we can make hardware based on it. So, and if you talk about like, you know, traveling through walls with someone, they just think you're crazy.
I've never heard that before either.
Yeah, just search for like quantum wells and the tunneling effect, quantum tunneling effect. So there's a chance that an electron can pass through a wall, through a solid wall, in quantum physics, and it's a phenomenon studied, known, and used in transistors and some other devices that we use because they're so tiny right now. And there's many things, many examples like this. For example, the GPS, the triangulation and whatever satellites that we use,
Yeah.
they actually use relativity, I think, because at that velocity you have to take into account some of this stuff. Otherwise, they're not as precise. So the things we just discussed about like how time changes and how fast you travel and whatever, they actually have to use this stuff in calculations with the GPS. Otherwise, they're not precise.
I didn't know that. So
I think one thing we can all agree on is that we don't know what came before time.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Like some questions don't even make sense because what before implies time.
Yeah,
So,
you're right.
right. So, but that's exactly the theist, because they think that there's something that precedes time in a sense.
Have you heard any theists say that God exists within time?
I know that William Lane Craig holds the view that God is temporal, that he became temporal after he created the physical world. That's his view.
Well, that's interesting.
Interesting, but it's unbiblical.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
it's just people trying to make sense of stuff that can't be made sense of at the moment.
Yeah, and that's also the issue in religion in general. It's that if you read the Bible, there's so much internal inconsistencies that it's sometimes going to lead you to take the parts that you don't like, that you deem to be contradictory, and then keep the parts that you do like, and you follow the parts that you do like. and you discard the parts that you don't like. So, and that's why I think like there's so many sects within like factions within these Abrahamic religions, because their books are so incoherent that they can't interpret. There's not just one interpretation of it. There's like thousands upon thousands of people interpreting it in different ways, right?
Mhm. Yeah, no, I remember why I gradually became a bit more like extreme in my view that we should get rid of religion. Because so I'm from Romania, and some time ago, not too long ago actually.
Sorry to
Where,
interrupt. So when you say, just to clear, so when you say get rid of religion, you're saying like abolish it from the public sphere, like, or just like people should voluntarily forget about it.
well, I I don't know about like imposing an abolishment, but I would probably prefer people just become smarter.
You're right.
Or yeah, or it's synonymous with being more skeptical about their views, because there's a lot of people out there who
Hmm.
are very confident in their theism.
Yeah. So I'm somewhat detached from all of this because I've never been religious. I have no idea like why people would even become religion. Even though like so I'm from Romania, and on paper at least we are like one of the most religious countries in the world. We're like 92% religious people or something like that. Orthodox Christian. So I don't really know what's the difference between. I think we're more like conservatives. The Orthodoxism is a bit more conservative in the fact that there's more rules that you need to follow, something, and more strict rules, and especially in the church and that type of stuff. Like you have to be humble. The church itself. So we don't have, for example, like microphones and stuff in churches. Usually, I think that slowly that's changing, but for a long time we didn't have that. There's no like pianos or organs or anything like that. So anyway, so a couple of years back, we had this referendum on gay marriage. Well, not exactly. It's more like to change the constitution so that it makes it explicit that marriage is, or partnership or something like that, is between a man and a woman. And all of this happened because like the government in power, they were declining in public opinion, and they used this as a tool, a vehicle to like regain popularity somehow. The good thing was that people actually didn't go to the referendum because they were like, "What? We don't really care about this that much." But on the other hand, if people would go to the referendum, I think we would have changed the law and make it explicit that partnership is just between a man and a woman, because most people think that they just don't care enough to go and actually do the change or whatever. But there was like a big push towards that at the time, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And we had like big arguments, huge arguments between the conservative part of the society and the more progressive at the time. Although don't think like in terms of America, because like in America that's just insane. How that comes.
America, one thing about America is religious fanaticism. Yeah, there's still elements of religious fanaticism here, and also just scientific ignorance, like evolution denial. There's I think there was a survey that a few years ago in 2017 that the percentage of people that believe in flat Earth is increasing in the United States. And I'm from America, and my education system is really bad. Like people here, like they know how to do their little times tables in their calculus, but they believe in things like the global flood. So yeah, pretty scary, dude. But hey, America, we got the guns, we got the hot dogs.
Yeah.
Number one, bombing people, but that's it.
I think so. I think there's a problem with like the education system almost everywhere. Like maybe there's like a few countries that actually have it right. Like I don't know, Denmark, Sweden, Japan. Japan is kind of like weird because they have a lot of like social pressure, and it's just like if it can lead to suicide. So I don't know about that. But you'd be surprised. It's not just America. You'd be surprised at how many people don't know basic stuff, even about their country or in general. Yeah. Like we had. I think if you just search, because this probably happened in many countries. I used to watch some time ago. There was this guy on YouTube. I think that they also have like or had a TV show type of thing. And I would go to just people on the street and ask them questions about like basic questions about like the how do you call that thing? The song of the country, the hymn or
the hymn? Yeah, the hymn.
The hymn. Yeah. So stuff like that, you know, like general culture about your own country, or stuff like, do you believe, you know, that the Earth rotates around the sun and that type of stuff? And it surprises you, but many people that actually don't think about this stuff, they don't know about it. So they're like, some of them were just thinking like, how is that even possible?
Yeah.
But that's because no one asked them, you know. Before.
Yeah, if you see that I put in Thea's helpline, there is a guy saying, "Man, explain to me, how did a cell turn into a sea creature?" This is a Muslim that was denying evolution.
Yeah, so
and I owned him because you could see there, like, just because there's some random mutations that give rise to the new traits doesn't mean like the entire scope of evolution is random. No, there's a chain of deterministic causes, right? This is seen in like natural selection, where like the adaptive features of the species are preserved, and if they generate offspring, they go on to survive, and those who do not adapt to their environment, cease to exist. And that isn't a random process, right? But I don't know how in the year 2021 these people are denying evolution and saying shit like you know, the shit that creationists say sometimes, like the Kevin Hovind camp, like if like what do they say? They say like, if evolution is true, then why are there still monkeys, right? Have you heard that one before? Yeah, like these people do not understand. Like evolution just says that we share a common ancestor, not just specifically that we come from monkeys. That's number one. And number two, I mean, they obviously don't know how mutations work, right? But yet again, Kent Hovind is like on this video, he's like saying, even to like religious people who accept evolution, like William Lane Craig, he's like, well, I don't believe in that God, because if that God is real, then he's evil. How can God allow the weak to not survive? But how can he allow the strong to continue surviving? That's outrageous. How can someone believe in such an evil God like that? By the way, how's my Kent impression?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh man, he's hilarious, dude.
Right, but he's like, the thing that's like interesting about him, that he's so like confident when saying this. It's not like he's like whispering it in like trying to disseminate evolution as a whole. Like he's really like passionate about denying evolution and like not even considering the case that it can be true with the Bible. Obviously, I understand his point. Like if evolution contradicts many of the stories in Genesis, right? And it does run into conflict with biblical accounts. Like if they were so compatible with each other, then you wouldn't expect the backlash that has gone from the ID community, right? But yeah, I mean, I know you're Romanian, but don't ever come to America. I don't prescribe it because I think religion is on the rise again. It was like dying like from 1960 onwards to like 2010. I think 2010 was like the prime year of the like the new atheists on YouTube, right? But now like ever since like 2016ish, I think like religion has made a comeback online, especially on Discord. So
the pandemic, they did it on purpose to bring back religion.
Yeah,
that was his purpose.
We got. That's just let's get if the. That would be like a 500 IQ move from China.
Yeah,
it's like the majority of them are atheists, and they're just gonna troll. Yeah, we're gonna cause a worldwide virus, get so many people quarantined and depressed, and then they will seek religion. Yeah,
I think what I would do if I were like in a position of government or something like that, I would make a program so that people can travel the world and take a look at other non-religious countries. How do they, because many people don't even know like what the heck, what's happening, outside of their bubble. So when they have a shock to, like I've seen, it's quite amazing. There's this some videos where this American pastor like goes to Norway or something, or Sweden or whatever. Just after they got the vote for gay marriage, and they passed the law to so that gays can marry each other and whatever. And the pastor from America was like talking with some clergy people or something like that from Sweden, and they were like, "Yeah, I mean, we don't see any problem with it." He didn't know how to react to that, it was quite funny, eye-opening for him.
Yeah, other people don't like him.
Yeah, I think so, but yet again, I mean, oh man, politics, like that's another like headache for me. Like I don't even know where to start.
Well,
like,
I think one thing,
corruption, like there's so many like outliers. And here's also the thing. This is why I don't like debate politics with people, even if I'm like passionate about like what my policies are. It's just it doesn't make sense to debate other people's feelings and like convictions, right? Because if they don't hold like your if they don't share your beliefs, like you can give them all the empirical evidence in the world in order to like prove your position, and they wouldn't accept it. But that's what politics is. It just deals with subjective beliefs, and I don't really have time for that.
Yeah, coming from a guy that's in the theist helpline, what are you doing here? Then everything is about emotion here.
Well, but I mean, also the thing about them is just like they're retards. So like they like
you said it.
Yeah, I know, but I can. But they deserve it though. I won't use the ableist slur on people who just don't deserve it, but they do, right? Um, I think so many of the times what keeps things like religion going is like people don't
Stupid.
know an alternative to it because people have been inculcated into religion at such a young age that it's kind of hard for them to escape that. That's point number one. Point number two is people don't know what the alternative to a god-like worldview is because the caricature often portrayed of atheism is that it leads to nihilism, it leads to pessimism. There's no meaning, there's no morals, there's no free will, there's no purpose, right? And once people start hearing these caricatures labeled to atheism, then that's going to lead them back to theism if they ever left it for a while. They'll just come straight back, right? And while things like, so for example, free will, there's enough neuroscientific evidence in order to disprove it, right? But yet people keep clinging on to this free will belief because either they intuitively feel like they haven't, right? They feel like they have it, so it's like an experiential argument, or like they think, well, if we're just a bundle of random synapses firing right at each given moment, then how do we determine moral responsibility? Like if we're all determined, then it makes no sense to make moral judgments on the behaviors of other people, right? The justice system is predicated on the idea that free will exists, even though free will is not scientific, right? So, but these things, these lies, right, they kind of keep society going in a sense, because without them, I think that people don't have any alternative. Well, I know they do have an alternative, but they have heard the caricatures of the alternative, like atheism, determinism, etc., and they won't accept it. So they're going to go by their feelings and they're going to go straight back to religion. That's what I think the issue is.
Yeah, but I think what you mentioned about like these extreme views and whatever, I'm pretty certain that most of this is just like on the internet. Like real life people don't behave like this and don't like on the internet. It's a custom to just take the worst interpretation of your opponent's arguments, whereas like real life discussions don't go that way.
Yeah, but I mean, I try to have conversations with the average person, and it I think like it also it's more of an atmospheric thing. So on the internet, like there's much more drama involved. There's much more like I don't want to say drama. There's like so much intensity when it comes to these topics, and people are very passionate about it, and people are just gonna be like blinded. But yeah, they're gonna be blinded by their ideology or their worldview, and they're not gonna have a rational conversation with you. And most of the time, it's just straw man, which is what you said. It's taking the worst interpretation of your opponent's arguments and arguing against it. That's what happens. Straw man. Precepts,
Yeah.
they straw man. Reddit
That's why-
atheists, they also straw man religion a lot. Yeah. They make up the majority of the internet now on respective sides, theism and atheism, and it's disappointing.
Well, I think it would be actually a lot better if people would just pause for a while in a debate, especially like in these ones, like you see on Modern Day Debate or whatever, where you have more of a free flow discussion. Just pause and ask the other team to repeat your stuff the best way that they understood it or something like that. Like every once in a while, you know, when the topic changes or something like that. Because that reveals their inclination or their position to either strawman you or do a good faith interpretation or whatever.
Right, and it's just I like modern day debate because of the like you said, the formats. It's more free flowing, and you could have a decent, good faith conversation with your interlocutor that way. Whereas on Discord, right, what you have is a VC full of 60 people, and half of them are gonna dogpile you if they're in the majority position.
Oh yeah, actually, so I know that Discord introduced this new stage or something
Main stage.
type of the what?
This main stage or whatever.
No, I haven't actually used it, but I think that's a really I understand that that's a really cool feature where you get your time to speak and whatever, you have to raise your hand or something like that.
Yeah.
So
We've used it before.
I went through that actually today, and they kicked me both times, and I didn't even speak.
I wasn't even able to get in, dude.
If Frank knows, I would have added a lot to that conversation.
It would have been great. It would have been great. But you know what? They were too hung up on their dumb fucking whatever the hell they were conversating about. Ridiculous.
I think they were like debating.
That explains it.
It was better for them to like debate the panties at Victoria's Secret. That would have been more entertaining than hearing about them. If God real, then why pain? Huh?
Oh my gosh.
That was their argument, and it was so bad. Like the Ace the plumber, like that guy was oof, man.
I didn't hear him. You gotta tell me about him. But race course. So do you debate a lot on Discord, or like are you on PR,
Nah.
or are you?
I don't. I'm just on this server. What I use Discord mainly is two things. So I freelance programming, game development, and we have a team that uses Discord to keep in touch and whatever. And the other stuff is as a hobby, I draw, and there's a lot of like drawing servers and whatever. This one is the only one that I'm in, like with debates and stuff.
Yeah.
But
we're trying to get Theus in here to debate.
I see.
Yeah.
Doesn't work very well.
Scared.
Grandmaster wants
They only go to their turf.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. So are you a fan of TJump Racecore through YouTube?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with like 95% of his positions or something like that. So I think he's probably like one of the only reasonable people that I've seen on the internet. He could probably use some work on his style of responding if he's too blunt sometimes, like use some tact, man.
I love that.
The thing that I admire about him is his the calmness that it kind of depends, right? But whenever he's too calm. But I kind of like that. I kind of like that patience because I don't see myself being that calm when debating a precept, for example, or debating a flat earther. But he's just calm. He's just there in his comfy couch, Sometimes he drinks Pepsi, right? And he's just, I kind of it's kind of
casually destroying.
Casually destroying, yeah.
Casually destroying. Whereas someone like Darth has like 1 million neurons firing when he's like confronting someone else in a debate.
It's more like his mouth doesn't keep with like his neurons firing. In Darth's case. That guy's so funny.
Yeah, but he's substantive. That's what I also like. Like
Who does?
No,
he's
talking
not
about, TJump.
he's not the most entertaining debater that I've seen, right? But he's one of the most substantive that I've ever seen. Like you can learn so much from watching a debate with him because a lot of the points that he brings up, the average person doesn't know or strawmans, right? So give props to Lord and Savior TJump and donate $20 to his Patreon.
I've seen a couple of debates on flat Earth, which is like the first time I've seen one, I was like mind blown. I didn't even know that these people exist, and but so a few days ago or a week ago or something like that, I actually tried to get in one of these flat Earth. Not society, but what's it called? Like a Discord server or something, just to like interact with these people to see what the fuck. And they come up with like, so well, first of all, I was in a big VC chat, and they did give me, I had like a few questions, basic questions, just to get an idea of like where their beliefs stem from. And I couldn't even get to my first question. They would just keep interrogating me about the curvature of this and that and how do you calculate and whatever, like stuff that I didn't even look into. Like, they have this idea that if you're like a globe earther or whatever, you definitely must have like looked at all of these arguments. It's like, and it's just stuff that they repeat to themselves. Like,
yeah, or it's them being overtly skeptical when it's not needed.
No, but like one thing that I don't understand about them, and I try to like bring this up, is they accept certain part of like physics and whatever, because they always bring stuff like how come the gas sticks to the surface of the earth when there's void and whatever, and they always go to like the law of ideal gases where they expand and to fill the room and that type of stuff. But they accept that, and then on the other hand they don't accept gravity. So I was like asking, well, why do you accept part of science and not the other part? And stuff like that, and I couldn't get any answers from them, and it was very frustrating because I was also overspoken. Like I couldn't even get 5 seconds of talking with them.
They had a debate. It was more of a conversation because he was more willing at the end. A debate with a Muslim yesterday, saying that the section in the verse in the Quran that says that atheists are irrational, he says, well, of course they are. I mean, like they literally believe that something came from nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that.
See, like this is a straw man.
How that conversation went, but I kind of made him reason a little bit. Lasted 4 hours. Basically.
Yeah, use them synapses.
Yeah. And also the whole Surah non-5.
I don't know anything about like stuff religious stuff like that.
Killing all non-believers. Yeah.
Even the Bible and all of this. I tried reading the Bible and I got so bored, and like the first few pages is like filled with like names of ancestors or something. I don't even remember like what it was. It's like it's like the whole genealogical tree of like Jesus or something. I don't even know what. Quite. Anyway.
No, it's ridiculous.
So the thing that I wanted to talk with these flat earthers was because I thought it's interesting, because I know that they always say, like there's this huge conspiracy with the space agencies and everything is fake and blah 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 and whatever. So I thought, okay, let's change the strategy and talk about like meteorology, because in meteorology we use satellites and to take pictures, or stuff like. But and I thought about Google Earth too, but then I remember that they could just say, you just fly with the plane and take pictures or something like that. But like with meteorology, it doesn't really work that way because you have to see like huge areas, like for example, especially in America, because you actually track hurricanes and all of that stuff. So I was thinking like, how do they explain that? Like, how do they explain? Like, because they have to acknowledge somehow that we get information for meteorology, and these aren't space agencies. and I think I managed to interact with one guy, and he was just basically not taking it seriously, just making fun of it and throwing in pictures of like satellites attached to balloons or something like that. But I couldn't actually make him even respond to it. He would just like bring it back to like just some weird ass pictures, Photoshop pictures that he's seen or something like that.
Yeah.
And one thing that the way I would go about it in a debate, like, and I don't know why people don't do this. Maybe because they don't have like what's it called, the interaction with the field. But so in my PhD, I was doing atmospheric science and specifically like volcanic ash modeling, how it impacts like air quality and the climate and that type of stuff. But I also had like this connects to meteorology a bit. So in a debate, what I would do is I would just go to a website. Like in Europe, we have a meteorological agency. It's called EUMETSAT, and they have satellites like that you can take a look in real time. They take pictures every 15 minutes. I actually had to we used their devices, and I had to install like one of the dishes and the whole system and how it operates to gather data every 15 minutes. And they have multiple satellites. They have a few that are geostationary, and there's one like about that takes up pictures of like Africa and Europe and whatever, and there's another one over in the Indian Ocean and that region. And you can actually see and compare these things because they have real pictures of the disks in real time. And also there's satellites that are polar orbiters, so they make like one full rotation in 24 hours or something like that. And you can actually see, if you go to the map, you can see the slabs, because it takes a while. So for the satellite to take a picture of a slab, it doesn't see the full disk. It just sees like a small portion of the Earth. And this gets updated, and you can actually see that there's a seam. There's like a disconnect because for the next slab, it takes a while. So the clouds don't align like perfectly and that type of stuff. So you can actually see in the atmosphere like the seams. So I was wondering, like, if you go to like, this is what I would do. Like, I would go to one of these things that is in real time. You can actually see the data. It's plotted on. You can see the seams. Like, how do you explain like all of this as a flat earther? And that would be my proof.
Yeah. There's so much like evidence of the globe Earth. Like there's a website you can go on that'll give you like I think 100 proofs of globe Earth. And I mean, you could go through it and you could learn all the different types of ways you could prove that there's a globe Earth. And I mean, like part of the reason, like it was what Grandmaster was saying is like, all right, I don't know if Grandmaster you said it, but they're hyper skeptical. Like there would have to be
Mm-hmm.
such a conspiracy to hide the flat Earth, and it's like even if there was a flat Earth, like science would just explain why there's a flat Earth, and because it all ties
Mm-hmm.
back into religion. Like they want to believe that we're special and we came from God or something, so they come
Mm-hmm.
up with this idea of the flat Earth because it's in the Bible, and so it's just ridiculous.
No,
It's
I do get that, but I think my point was like, I don't know why people like TJump, right? Like in debates, why don't they just go to one of these? It's like there. everyone can see this stuff like in real time.
Yeah,
like
yeah. No, I got
instead of like using words, to describe stuff.
no. It's because they want to believe what they want to believe, though. Like that's why I never understood. Like, yeah,
I
like
would say that they're
go ahead.
making a knowledge claim that the Earth is flat, and that's where the discussion arises. Because you can believe whatever you want to believe, right? Belief is subjective, right? But once you try to make a knowledge claim and say that, hey, X is the case, and yeah, that's where the globe earthers come in and they debate the flat earthers, right?
Yeah.
So it's not just mere belief. These people actually think that they know that the flat earth is real.
I actually saw maybe 2 weeks ago or something like that. There's a debate because in UK they also have like I think the Flat Earth Society, is that from UK or is it from America? So, but I know that there's a huge.
probably one
There's
of
one
those.
here in the US.
Yeah.
Just like there's Scientologists, they're all nuts.
I don't know, man. It's just like something in US and UK that it's like a virus.
Yeah,
Like,
we're very.
I hope it doesn't.
Yeah. The people in the UK
spread.
are just like Americans with fancy accents, and then the Australians are the British, but with like very kangaroo-ish kind of little tang on their accent there.
Kangaroo.
Yeah. So if you guys wanna check out, there's this debate of a guy that was a flat earther, and he actually did calculations and measurements and whatever, and he managed to persuade himself that the Earth is globe. And so he's been a flat earther for very many years, and he would actually debate other globe earthers. And then, so because he did the calculations himself and he was a flat earther, he knew exactly like what the opponent is going to bring, like what objections he's going to bring, and he came prepared for everything. So it's like this 6 hours of like total destruction of a flat earther from a former flat earther. It's amazing.
Oh, I would love to watch that, honestly. What is it? Is it on
I'll give
YouTube?
you a link.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you a link.
Or put it on general if you want, whatever.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm more interested in evolution versus creationism. I think that even more so than the globe Earth, evolution for me, it seems like religious people have more of a problem with it, and they're more willing to deny it than the globe Earth, because I think that the vast majority of people up to now that are religious kind of concede on the globe Earth part, and they think like that the globe Earth.
Yeah. We're
being
not that
true,
crazy.
that's not going to affect my religion. But something like evolution, oh yeah, definitely, that's going to affect my religion.
Yeah. So, where did you say to for me to put the link?
In general.
In general, okay.
Yeah. Well, there's a new wave of like what do you call them? Like Christian evolutionists, and they try to
Theistic evolutionists, yeah,
right.
that's what.
Yeah, and they try to reinterpret the Bible and say, well, the way we understand it is not the way they understood it, and this is the way that it actually was. But then they have to like compromise on a lot of different things, so it's difficult for them to put those two together and make it work. They try, but it's very difficult.
Yeah, but so the several things. So I think and not to like talk about the low hanging fruits, but there's even philosophers that have contended the idea like how would um how can our cognitive faculties be reliable if naturalism and evolution are true? Because evolution would select for behaviors that gear towards survival and not necessarily truth, right? This is Plantinga's evolutionary argument against naturalism, where like
My question would be like, who believes that stuff? Who believes that they're what did you say?
cognitive
Reasonable?
faculties, right? Or
Yeah, that they are not reasonable. That they are. I'm still sleepy.
well, it's kind of the attempt of the argument is trying to trap the naturalist by saying, well, you're making a truth claim by affirming that naturalism is true, but under your framework, right, you can't account for confirming that it is true and that statement is reliable, because evolution under your worldview would select for behaviors that gear towards survival, but not necessarily truth. Right? That's Plantinga's strategy there, is to trap the naturalists in order to accept the absurd, or to like expose a contradiction in their worldview.
I think all of these arguments fall short because they are geared towards like that would be a problem if we were to discuss, like, for example, on an individual level, like how did you determine that? But this just flies in the face of like having a huge history of like science and scientific endeavor and trying to minimize biases and that. So
yeah,
that's why it doesn't work.
This argument doesn't work. You in another sense. You want to know why? Because I could just say a criticism of theism and say, if theism is true, then human behavior is more motivated towards pursuing behaviors that transcend biological instincts. Premise 2, human behavior is not motivated towards pursuing behavior that transcend biological instincts. Conclusion, therefore, theism is not true. Right? Same exact format, right? You could argue that it's just a logical proof saying that that naturalism is evidentially true and theism can't be true, because if it were true, then why aren't people geared towards pursuing meaning or purpose rather than just mere survival, right? Like you could just observe like the human brain is geared towards primarily reducing pain and increasing pleasure, right? This is Freud's principle. And that, if that principle is true, then naturalism is much more probable than theism, because if theism were true, then it would be the opposite. It would be that people's primary instincts are to engage in behaviors that transcend, or they go outside of the biological, right, and the natural. And there's where they engage in behaviors that are for pursuing meaning and purpose, right? Now, again, none of these two arguments are compelling, right? Because it doesn't prove anything. It's just trying to see if the opposing side has a contradiction or something in their worldview isn't inductively true, and then saying, hey, look, right, their position is absurd, right? That's kind of the thing that Plantinga is doing here, where he's trying to prove that there's an absurdity to naturalism, right? But that only gets him to the conclusion that naturalism just seems incoherent, right? But that still wouldn't prove anything in a sense. So it's not a good argument.
I think the debate sphere has been plagued by the virus of what are these called? Deductive arguments. Deductive arguments don't prove anything. They mean jack shit in reality. If you don't have a way to establish your premises, which is true induction because you don't have any other. So deductive arguments are just like bullshit.
Yeah, I agree, but that works for something much more. So inductive arguments for me, I would use them in order to empirically prove something or to make the case for something that has physical ontology. But deductive arguments against theism are fun because you can use them as an internal critique of the theistic worldview, right? And since the theistic worldview is trying to prove something abstract and immaterial like God, and you can't induce God's existence, then it would make sense to give a deductive argument against God if you're an atheist, or for God if you're a theist. So yeah, and I just find them very fun. I find deductive arguments fun because I think especially against theism, I think you could make a pretty good case, all these properties or attributes that God has, like omniscience, omnipotence, etc., are they're contradictory with each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So yeah,
I think I prefer if they're gonna go on this route, with naturalism can't explain beliefs or whatever. I would say I would argue for the God, not exactly the same, but with the idea that because they always bring it to do you believe in causality and what's the other thing that they say? Darth Dawkins says this all the time. What the heck is the regularity of nature? Yeah.
So the uniformity of nature.
Yeah.
So for him, there needs to be something ultimate that secures unity, and what he means by unity is uniformity / intelligibility among an array of particulars. That's his whole. That's what he argues every time.
Yeah. So if you think about it, that's just completely bullshit, because if there is a God that can do anything, then there's no reason to believe in any regularity, because he can change it anytime, any way he wants, anytime, you have no grounds, as he says, to believe tomorrow that the sun is going to rise, because maybe God is going to change his mind.
Well, that's the thing. He believes in an unchanging, immutable God.
Right.
What?
He believes in a God that can't change his mind. So his view is that God is immutable. He doesn't suffer any change to anything. He can change things. Mm-hmm. He can modify things, like he can create something out of nothing, but he can't change his being, right? They hold the view that he's immutable.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna go down some rabbit trails, but this would be my objection. And if they want to go to this other stuff, sure, because you can explain why that's incoherent on their view, using their own material, the Bible.
Incoherent in their view is the immutability forgiveness distinction. Okay, if you hold that God is immutable and he doesn't suffer any changes, then how could you also say that he's forgiving? Because forgiveness as an element of moral evaluation requires a being's mind to change its judgment on moral agents, right? So forgiveness implies a changing mind. And they say that God is forgiving, but they also say that God is unchanging.
Yeah, so there's a lot of contradictions that you can draw from this. And the other thing that I would say is as another argument, so for a God that intervenes, that's easily disprovable, because you can just ask them for a mechanism by which they the God we can detect the intervening God or something like that. Because if you can't detect him, it's indistinguishable from like non-existence of God. So if he can make stuff from nothing, we should be able to detect that because he interacts with the physical stuff that we can observe.
Yeah.
Right, but I think I wouldn't go that far. I think just um just attacking like the attributes that they ascribe to God is sufficient enough because they're definitionally incoherent. Like I just said, like there's no way God can both be immutable and forgiving, right? Definitionally, right?
Yeah, I guess
So
this is where the deductive arguments are useful because they can bring out incoherency in concepts.
yeah. How do you feel about the problem of evil by Epicurus?
I think it's pretty good objection. One of the stronger one.
But they're like free will, man. That's where evil comes from.
Yeah, that's
and God permits evil in order to allow for a greater good.
Yeah, that's a
wrecked.
lame. That's a lame ass rebuttal because they disprove that stuff with like heaven and whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or do they think that in heaven we don't have free will?
Oh, there's actually a meme. Thanks for there's a meme about that. It has Jesus on it.
Recolorized. You know, so I don't actually, revolve around.
Oh yeah, I get reminded of memes a lot. It's the evil in heaven meme.
It's like one of those black and white pictures recolorized meme. That's a good one.
No, all I see is the dinosaur one. Where is the one with the
dinosaur one?
Yeah, the dinosaur like questioning. No,
Where are you gonna post it at?
And Thea's helpline.
Thea's helpline. Okay, let me pop up.
No, where is it? God damn it, Google. Bruh, I can't find it. Literally. I hate the internet because you find something and you don't save it, and then if it's something like complicated to search up or not as easy to search up, then it's not there anymore. Or you have to like scroll down a few pages.
So, Race Core, are you a moral realist or moral anti-realist?
I don't even know what that means exactly. I pretty much agree with like Tom.
Right. Yeah, I have my own moral theory as well. So everyone has different moral theories, I guess, but the main issue is how you come to understand what the good is.
I think for me the problem with like at least the stuff that I've heard so far about like morality or whatever is like everyone imposes or the system itself brings what's it called the shoulds, the normativity, I think it's called, or odds or whatever.
Yeah, go ahead.
So yeah, but that doesn't make any sense because there's nothing like making you do that stuff. It's not like the system itself prescribes anything, but that's what the system tries to do, and that's incoherent to me. So that's why like I prefer like Tom's take, because if we think about morality just as a phenomenon that we want to explain instead of like trying to prescribe anything with the system, then it makes perfect sense. We just see like stuff happening, we come up with a theory, and we explain the why we see the thing. But if we try to prescribe stuff with the system, that doesn't make any sense to me. Because it's not like a physical law. Because when people say, and this is what I don't get about like moral system in general, like when they say that there's a law of morality that makes it this way or the other way, that's like complete bullshit, because there's not it like physical laws make it impossible for you to like go against them. Like you can't escape gravity, for example. There's no like situation in which you can just erase the law and not have gravity. But like a moral law, that means nothing. That's like, yeah, you can abide by it or not. So what? That's not a law. Like as you think about laws in physics, for example.
Right.
Oh, I found it.
I'll post it. Yeah, Grace Court. Like my
Mhm.
belief is like if, and this is a difficult concept to understand, but like if the goal is like to benefit society or benefit the world, then we should agree on like one type of morality, um, which is difficult to like for people to understand that. But at that point, we would have to like convince everyone to agree to like that the benefit of helping people is like a positive thing or something that they should do, which is the question, like the odd thing, like odd, like ought we do this or ought we do that? How can you convince people that they should do something?
Well, that's my point, I think. So if you go Tom's route, it's like he never prescribes like stuff like this, like what people ought to do. It's all relative to your goals. So it's like I think it's called a
Imperative.
hypothetical. Yeah.
Hypothetical imperative by Kant.
Yeah, exactly. So if this, then that. So if you have this goal, then you should do this. That's the only scenario in which should actually make sense.
Right.
Otherwise, it does. So that's why I like Tom's system, because it doesn't come built in with any shoulds or any imperative normativity bullshit, which is meaningless if you don't have the goals. So what his system is like, he just explains like how this thing, like what we see, we try to come up with a theory about that type of stuff, and then the normativity and all of this bullshit comes afterwards. If you have the goal to do X, then you can use the system to as a guiding mechanism to achieve X.
Yeah, but you would have to agree what the goal is. I think that's the difficult part.
Yeah, like if you want to, but I think so. Some time ago, you know this streamer dude guy, Destiny or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I think like he's pretty smart, but some time ago he had like this guy on for discussions, Rem or something. I don't know what's his full name. He's like a philosopher, or he was like a philosopher student. I don't know what's his status anymore. So this was a few years back, but they had interesting discussions. And there's specifically one where this guy, this French dude that Rem knew, so he was like a graduate philosopher or something, and he discussed with Destiny about like I think it was a moral system, because he was trying to explain, Rem was trying to explain to Destiny this whole stuff about like when you talk about truth, that truth comes with like all of this normative garbage and whatever. I think that he describes himself as a moral realist or something like that. So he was taking the notion of like empirical truth and explaining how you can build a system that truth equals the good, stuff like that. Anyway, I'm not gonna go into it. I'm not a philosopher. I just thought it was
Rem. Is it Rem the bath boy?
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, okay.
But the discussion was between Destiny and this other guy that Rem brought in. And this other guy, he was like much more intelligible than Rem. Rem goes into like technical stuff that doesn't help the discussion. But like this other guy, he was actually going to the meat of the things. And because I think that Destiny, he describes himself as like this egoist or something like that. So this other guy was trying to explain, I think, so you know, when you talk about like goals or why you want to do that and you rank them. So for example, if you have the goal of like getting fit, then there's some pain that you have to go through and all of that stuff. So there's a ranking system going on. And this guy actually made like really good points about how there's something more fundamental than just this value system, that this brute axiom value system that we have. I can't like really reproduce it, but it's actually one of the interesting discussions that I've seen on the topic. Maybe if I can find it, I'll share it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, sure, anything, man. Yeah, but that's what I was saying. Like, you know, I would have to like there would have to be a system where the goal is something that people want to accomplish. Like, um, and that's the main issue. Like, what is that goal like? And I think in my moral theory, the goal is happiness, because I think that that's what everyone wants to accomplish in their life. Like, regardless of who you are, if I were to say what's the one goal you want to accomplish, you would say, well, being happy, because who wants to be sad at that point? Like, who wants to not feel joy? So that's where my moral theory basically goes, is like gaining the most amount of happiness and minimizing suffering to the highest degree.
I don't know. I haven't really thought too much about all of this stuff.
Yeah. I think about it every now and again. Because I'm like TJump. I wanna grow, like I wanna make a YouTube channel. Like, I have my own YouTube channel and I have a couple of
Mm-hmm.
videos on there. And I wanna make kinda like TJump, grow a channel and have followers and stuff. Like, just to get my ideas out there. They're not as good as TJump's. I think he's a lot more well read than I am. And part of my problem is I don't like to read that much. I'm a visual person. Like, I'd rather
Mm-hmm.
like see something and then I'd understand it because I see it, rather than reading it. If I read it, then I have to read it a couple times in order for me to like get it. So yeah. So that's basically like one of my goals that I have right now, is to try to make that happen. And hopefully I could do it now that I have more time on my hands.
Mm-hmm. Cool. I'm not that much into, like, I have a YouTube channel myself, but I haven't updated it in like 3 years or something like that. I had like a few things on game design and digital painting, so nothing as extreme as moral systems.
Yeah.
Uh,
I had, there was it's funny. I had this one guy on. I made a video on what was it? Oh, it was on it was something about my moral theory, and the guy was like, "Oh, you don't know anything. You're an idiot. Get off the internet." And I was like, "Hey, I apologize. I guess I'm just trying to learn." And then he's like, "No, it's cool, man. I mean, I understand. You're just trying to learn." So he changed his mind right away, but he got really mad at me, and attacked me for making the video. So
cool. Where do I put this link with Destiny?
just put it in general. That's fine, or you can put it in Thea's helpline.
Okay, I'll drop it in the teas. So yeah, they discuss this axiomatic. I think that the second half of the discussion is the second part of the video is more interesting, but all of it is like it's a back and forth with this. He is because this isn't a debate, so it's not like one of the shouting matches or whatever. This like the philosopher guy actually discusses the root of the problem with the moral system or whatever. But ultimately, like I've thought about this a bit, and at the end of the day, so they're trying to explain like this level of discussion that these guys are having about like morality is more like a meta level. It's not something that you can actually use in real life to base decisions on. It's more like where does the moral system come from, and that how it comes about, and that's kind of like the discussion. But I mean, it's interesting in its own right.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. I have a lot of YouTube videos that I have to get to because like it'll pile up because I'll be on Discord and then yeah, and then the YouTube video will pop up and then I'll miss it because I'm busy on Discord doing something. Uh, do you use Discord a lot or are you like not really into it that much?
No, I use it. I'm pretty much every day on it, but like I'm not every day in voice chats or. It depends on what I'm doing. I mostly use it like I said, for art related stuff. So I hang out in voice chats where we stream what we paint, what we draw, that type of stuff.
Do you have any paintings or drawings that you can show me on the
Yeah, I just persuaded myself a few days ago to open up an Instagram account.
Oh yeah.
I don't actually have much in there yet, and I mean it's not the best quality, but whatever. I mean I don't think I'm really good with it. I'm okay.
And so you say you're a game designer?
Game developer, more like a programmer. Freelancing with if you heard about, well, maybe probably not. There's a channel on YouTube called GT Quest,
No,
and
never.
we use yeah. It's, I mean, you have to kind of be in the circles of this because we use like a pretty, well, it's becoming more mainstream now, but the game engine that we use is called Godot, and it's a fairly new game engine. It was open sourced in 2013 or something like that, and it took it maybe 5 years or something to become popular. And in the last couple of years, it's become a bit more known with a lot of people like making videos or whatever, but it's still pretty new. So it's kind of a niche. But we're doing fine. I mean, it's okay.
What kind of games do you develop, or program?
Oh yeah, so we actually specialized in making tutorials and courses for game development. So I don't actually have any games specifically, but so for example, we had like a Kickstarter last time for making a course on multiple types of games. Let me see if because I have like an example of what I did. Do you know the game FTL, Faster Than Light?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I made a demo that is similar to that. Well, focused on like the battle system, and that's for our course. So I basically go through like the process of making the demo.
That's cool.
I'm trying to think if we're, because I have like an example of a mini like video where it shows how it works. Let me just grab that. I have it somewhere in the course files. So where do I drop this in?
Just put it in this helpline. That's fine. I don't. I mean, you could use general, but since it's more like about you, then I would drop it in Theus. So
Yeah. Okay, so I'll just drop the video because I don't think it's anywhere on the internet.
okay, I'll check it out, man. I can't do it now, but
It's like a short, like 1 minute video demo or 30-second demo of how the system works.
yeah, that's very interesting. I like right now I'm not doing much. I was working for a long time, for about 5 years at a hotel, and then I became disabled, and
Hmm.
because I became disabled, I stopped working, and at the time I was going to school, and I stopped going to school. I'm thinking about going back to school this semester, but
Mhm.
I have a lot of free time on my hands, so I just do Discord and YouTube basically, and I read,
Mhm.
but I don't really have that many like hobbies or anything, like I like to write, but that's basically it. Like I'm not really creative, I guess. I'm not a creative person. Like I could play a couple songs on the guitar and stuff, but I'm not like like some people they do a lot. Like they'll paint or they'll make music,
Mhm.
and I'm like I'm the kind of person where I like to like just think about things more, like you know. So
Mhm. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I'm not like too diverse either. Like, I do have like a piano, but I haven't actually. I
you
just
haven't used it.
yeah,
You
I
just have
just
it
play
for
with it.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's how
I
I
just
used to
have it
play
for
the guitar.
yeah. I just have it for show, to so that I look cool when people come over.
Yeah, when the girl comes over, you're just like, yeah, yeah, I can play the piano, girl. I'm cool.
No, no, I have a piano. I don't know how to play it.
I would learn just to play something for her, like play one song, and then she'd be super
Yeah, yeah.
impressed,
I could probably play like Twinkle Twinkle Little Star or something.
Yeah. So, are you on any like PNR or any of these Christian servers or anything?
No, This is the only server with debate
Oh,
stuff
right,
that
right, yeah, yeah, that's it.
like fuck that shit. I don't have any time for stupid crap.
Dude, it's like and Grandmaster's the same way. Like he doesn't go on these like he goes on some of these Christian servers, but he usually doesn't hang out in them because they're they'll attack you right away. Like they'll
Oh
dogpile you.
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty bad.
I
Like
would want to go through one of those experiences just to experience it. Like it's
oh my
something new.
gosh, no you don't.
like, like what are you going to do? It's like a fucking pandemic. Like,
No,
what
they're
else do you get to
dangerous.
entertain yourself? Like,
Exactly. Yeah. No, I know what you mean.
I'm gonna go to the Taste Zoo.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but
Field trip.
they're pretty bad. They're pretty bad. So you ever been to
Yeah,
America,
yeah, yeah.
or
What?
like have you ever been to the USA or
No, I've been to Mexico though,
oh you've been to
but
Mexico?
yeah, really, really interesting country. Very much more extreme in terms of like difference between poverty and wealthy people than Romania, and I would have never guessed. I thought that there's like maybe a region where like the drug cartels and whatever. That's pretty bad, but and especially Mexico City is like fucking. It's like it's like Romania 100 years ago.
Oh
Fuck
wow.
that shit.
Yeah. Is Romania pretty modernized in every way, or are there still like places that are like old, like you know what I mean? Like
Well, I mean, it's diverse as well, so I don't know exactly. So we have, it's also a country of extreme contrasts compared to like the neighbors and whatever. Because so we, for example, have I think 60% of the population or something like that still lives in the countryside, But our countryside is not like American countryside. It's more like medieval countryside.
Right, yeah.
And fantasy countryside.
Yeah.
And then
Which is
so there's
beautiful. It's beautiful.
yeah, but also in terms of like beliefs and that type of stuff. So it's like that part.
Right, that part you could get rid of, but
yeah. And then the rest of the people, so like in cities, there's a huge difference between big cities that are developed like Bucharest, and we have some others like the influences from the west, like Cluj and whatever. So there's a few places where especially like focused on IT or whatever, and then the rest of the country, which is like so it really depends where you go. But so for us, we're kind of like it's an interesting culture, I should say, and type of like outlook as a country, because so we got a lot of influences, especially after we got accepted into the European Union.
right.
So what happens is like we've always been behind in terms of even like culture and way of thinking and society in general and technology and whatever, blah blah blah. But then what happened was we got exposed to like this very high level or high developed parts of the world, and there wasn't like a rejection. So like I think if you pull like countries in the European Union, we are still like one of the only countries in the European Union that overall have a positive response to like people believe that the European Union is good. It's like 60 something percent, and the average is like, I don't know, 40 something percent.
Right.
So there's a lot of people that see the benefits from that, and we adapted like a lot of the technology and whatever, but somehow the beliefs are still kind of behind. So there's this weird mixture of like we also have like, this is kind of a benefit, I think, for us. So we see stuff that happens in the West that we can't comprehend, like what's happening in America, like with the fucking Antifa and communism shit and whatever. Because like we've been a communist country and we've been a fascist country too. So we banned both of the political parties. It's not like if you'd like talk about like communism as you talk in America, people would believe that you're like fucking insane here in Romania.
Yeah.
Like that shit isn't like, for us, communism is as bad as fascism. That's not like socialism or whatever. That's like bullshit. We've been through it, right? So we banned both. Yeah, so we banned both of those things, and so we take a look at the West, and we have the benefit of being behind in terms of development, like with everyone else, and we can see like, maybe it's not a good idea to go that way.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
So we have time to readjust. Yeah.
But when you say the ideas that are like when you say
Sorry, your microphone got screwed up for a minute.
are you able to hear me now?
Yeah.
So when you say like the ideas are still old, like old ideas, like what do you mean by that? Are you talking about just religion, or are you talking about politics and like other things as well?
In general as well. So like, for example, I know there was not just religion, but like in terms of I guess a moral system as well. So I'll give you a specific example. So a few years ago, I think there was like a huge debate in Canada, I think, where they would consider animal laws, and especially like they were talking about dolphins and whatever, because they were like sentient. We discovered that they are like high level of sentience,
right?
And I remember that, I don't know like what happened exactly, like, or who brought this up, like in the Romanian parliament, and like our politicians' reaction to that is like they just laugh like stupid fucking, you know, because they can't comprehend that, you know, like dolphins being conscious, that type of stuff. Like that's how in terms of that type of stuff, we're behind.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dolphins are sentient to a certain degree, but I mean, they are still animals. But I guess we're animals as well. So I don't know how to feel about that. I wouldn't kill a dolphin, like, or eat one for that matter. But I mean, I guess I understand what you're saying, where they don't like.
Mhm,
It's like almost like a monkey. Like you treat a monkey different than you would treat like an ant or something like that. Like they're different in that sense.
mhm. So,
It's
I,
Illmatic.
It's so
I,
mad.
yeah, hey, I have this theory that it all goes back to like the level of abstractions that we can use as humans, because some people have a better abstract skills than others, right? So, and as a society, we progress more and more, like to understand, like, and you can. There's this guy Robert Sapolsky, I think his name is.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
the biologist, the neurobiologist, right? And he has some really good presentations with slides and whatever about the topic of abstractions and how animals, like, because empathy and all of this stuff comes from abstraction. The idea that you can think about the other person and think what they think, and but if you look at many people and probably also cultures, it depends on culture as well. You could probably like make a scale of like how the culture of like the level of abstractions that they reach, and I think that we are like on the low scale as a nation.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. Like it's like the whole question of like the veganism question, like should we eat
Yeah,
animals?
yeah.
It's
Oh
like
yeah,
crazy.
that's what it was in Canada. It wasn't like the dolphin and whatever. It was about veganism, and like when it was brought up, so this was like, I don't know, maybe 15 years ago or something like that. Things have progressed since then, but like at the time in like Romania, that type of discussion, you were just mocked for having it like animals.
Yeah. Like animals
Thinking.
like who cares, right? I mean, there's a sense where I understand that animals are have sentience to a certain degree, right? But
Hmm.
at the same time, it's like animals eat other animals. So it's like should we prevent those animals from eating other animals just because they have some sort of like sentience? Like, are we gonna make every creature on Earth vegan at that point, like to prevent some sort of like harm to come from like the death of the suffering of an animal? And I mean, I guess that would
Yeah.
be a good thing, but I
Hmm.
mean, I guess like how would you accomplish? How would you make a tiger not want to eat meat? Like it's like it makes no sense, like I think we're omnivores and we're we're designed to eat animals like other animals, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I think that's a wrong way to look at it.
well,
Actually, I'll
it's
just
your
I'll just
yeah,
finish with
go
this.
ahead, yeah, if you have a different opinion, that's fine.
So just a brief commentary on this, because so the way I look at it, it's tied with this abstraction concept that we discussed earlier. So if we had there's no point in like discussing it right now because we don't have the technology. But if we had the technology, then you would say, should we like make other animals not eat other animals? Like my answer to would be yeah, sure. If
Right.
we have like the technology to make other beings not go through pain and torture and whatever, like yeah, why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah, I guess you're right in that sense. What we're gonna say on matter.
So, I was gonna say that basically it's like it's kind of like what Tom was talking about with the pro-choice argument, because Tom's pro-choice. He was going to say, like, if you're going to make an argument, make sure you don't appeal to something that's involved with nature, because we don't obey nature all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah,
the
it's just
naturalistic fallacy, right?
I
Yeah.
guess it's just like a sense of I guess we haven't gotten there yet, so I guess I would have to see what that would look like for us to like actually achieve that goal of like being able to like produce like meat that isn't based on animals or whatever. So
Mm-hmm.
it just seems, in my opinion, it just seems unrealistic. But if there was a way to accomplish it, I would definitely do it. You know.
What do you mean? I'm pretty sure that there's laboratories that actually sell this stuff right now in America. Lab grown meat.
Yeah, but how are you gonna like? What if an animal doesn't want to eat that type of meat because it doesn't like it? You know,
Yeah,
especially
but
especially like
again,
wild animals. You know.
yeah, again, but I think that this is like way down the road. Like, it doesn't even make sense to think about that right now.
Yeah.
Because the question is, if we have the technology, then do we do it? And my answer to that is yes. Like, how to do it right now, that's meaningless. We don't have the technology, so there's even no point in discussing it. But if we have the technology, then yeah,
Right. So are you a
make
vegan?
stuff better for everyone.
Are you a vegan or like do you eat meat or whatever?
I'm moving towards veganism, but it's kind of tough because I'm in a small town and we don't have a lot of like options for. You have to do like I probably would be better off just buying stuff from online. Now that I think about it, it didn't even cross my mind, but that's an option. Yeah, I should just because I don't have many options. Veganism here.
So
On the local shop.
I'm kind of there too. I want to move towards veganism because one, I'm a bodybuilder, so I'm really interested in that the health aspect of it because I know it's like way healthier to be a vegan.
That's a myth.
Oh, is it really not?
Yeah.
I mean,
there's like there's this debate with Destiny and the vegan guy, the vegan gains guy. It's like fucking hilarious because the first half of the debate, quote unquote debate, is like the vegan guy came up with like this 20-year cohort something study from UK or whatever, and the study disproves the vegan stuff. It's so funny.
What the hell?
Yeah, the guy just doesn't know how to read it.
Oh my gosh! No, I guess I'm wrong. I accept that.
But I mean, you should watch the debate. It's hilarious. It's like the guy is like, you just take a look at the numbers, man. Don't you see the numbers?
Oh, did you guys see that I took rep away from Shitstain earlier?
Who?
The what?
Darth Dyers.
Oh, you did. Oh,
Yeah.
man.
He hopped in and like went back in the chat. Sorry, I'm chewing on a fucking chip. But excuse me. He hopped back, went back in the chat, and like looked up that like verse in the Bible where it says like, he who does not hate himself, his family, and his others cannot be a disciple of me. And then he just goes, that was, or he says like parable or something like that. And then Quantum Foam goes like, what? And he didn't explain. So I took rep away from him and I go, are you going to do this shit again where you just hop in and fucking say some bullshit and then hop out without explaining?
Yeah, what did he mean by that? Do you even know?
No, I have no idea.
Oh my god. What's that guy's problem? Is he like a theist or whatever that just like hates us or whatever?
Yeah, he's a theist. He'll hop in and he'll say like John 3:16, and then he'll defend the debate. He just hops in and just goes John 3:16 over and over again.
It's like poking the bear, you know.
That's a great argument, John 3:16.
Yeah. Just raise some numbers. Like, yeah. Myth 111.
My favorite thing is when he messages Scotty and like he messages Scotty and he goes, why have you muted or why am I not able to send messages? And Scotty goes, nobody gives a shit enough about you to mute you. You're probably yeah, he's like, you're probably just a fucking idiot and don't know how to fucking send messages.
Yeah. that would be hilarious.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go make some coffee. I still have like the headphones on, except I'm not gonna respond to, so I'm just gonna listen.
Okay.
Nomadic. So did Scotty tell you what happened with autism is a curse?
What happened?
So anyway, I banned him. Remember, because he told me to ban him or whatever,
Yeah.
and so he messages me. He's like, "Why the fuck? Like, why am I banned and all this shit?" So then I accepted his friend request, and then he told me to join this group, right? So in this
Oh, God.
group, there was a fucking racist dude. Like she had the Nazi symbol on her that profile. What is it called? I
Avatar.
Avatar, yeah. So she's the Nazi symbol. So then he starts telling me you guys gotta let me back on the server, this and this and that. And then he goes on this rant about how white people are better than all the other races and all this bullshit.
Oh,
Right?
what a guy.
Yeah, which is ridiculous. And he's like, yeah, there's a white genocide going on. All this bullshit. You know what I'm talking about. Just like complete bullshit. And how Jews are like the worst. All this crap. And then I'm like, dude, you're so wrong about so fucking much, dude. So then the racist the girl, she's trying to defend him, and then I'm like, first of all, I don't like you because you're a fucking racist. And then she's like, well, how do you know I'm a racist? And I'm like, because you have a Nazi symbol on your avatar. And she's like, yeah, but the Nazi symbol, it means something else. The swastika meant love and peace and
You know
prosperity.
what you're doing, dumbass. You
Yeah,
know
and
what you're doing.
I'm like, are you a racist? And she's like, yeah, I'm a racist. And I'm like, then why the fuck why are you defending like yourself, like saying that you're not a fucking racist? So then Scotty comes in, and Scotty's like, I don't give a fuck about you. Leave me because Scotty was like, and Scotty's like, we just leave me the fuck alone. I'm going to work. You're just entertainment to me. It was just hilarious, bro. And then
Scotty is like the funniest motherfucker in the world. Like,
and then Scotty starts posting memes like you know how he does here, like I don't like who gives a fuck, and like it was
yeah.
hilarious, bro.
Oh my God, who the hell cares? Like that goes kind of.
Yeah. And so autism is like, I'm sorry, I'm not a bad guy. All this bullshit, bro. It was so hilarious. Like, oh my gosh, I wish you were there, man.
Oh my God, my favorite thing is how Scotty will join groups like to like keep scout on like what's going on in them. Like whenever I first joined, and Autism of the Curse like kept messaging me things and like sent me a friend request and shit. And I told Scotty about it, and Scotty goes, "Keep me updated. I want to see what he's up to. I want to see what shenanigans he's trying to fucking pull now."
Dude, that autism is a curse guy. He's crazy. Like the things that he believes, I'm like, I'm dumbfounded by them. Like I just don't know how to like react to like. And he says he's a libertarian. It's like all this weird shit, man.
Bro, he's not a libertarian. He's a goddamn Nazi. Like,
Oh man, it's ridiculous, man.
yeah, if you replace libertarianism with like fucking goddamn Hitler sympathizer,
Yeah,
like
and
like
he acts like so innocent, like he's like this most like this innocent guy, and I'm like, you're
he has to
obviously
know what he's doing.
he has to know like see Omatic, I'm the type of person like I give everyone like a fair chance. Like Scotty is a little different than I am, like because Scotty just doesn't give a fuck. Like he'll just be like, fuck you, go to hell. Like you know what I mean? But it's like with
I said
me,
the other day.
what happened?
So did you see the conversation where the guy like posted something that would like looked like spam, and then I like told him, I was like, hey,
Oh
any
yeah,
spam or
yeah,
I was like, anything that's self promotional could be construed as self promotional. Keep it in self promo. And then he goes, "Oh, I guess I'll just have to run by every joke I ever made by you then." And I was like, "Oh, so you're gonna be a wise ass now, even though you like." And then eventually, like, I was like, "Do you understand what I was telling you? Like, do you understand what I was telling you about self promo?" And he goes, "Sure thing, loser." And I was like, "Cope. Matter of fact, I'll help you cope." I fucking like got rid of his ass for coping.
Oh yeah, man. Hey, use your mod powers, bro. Fuck it, man. You got him. So hey, wait up.
Dude, if you hop in and start insulting mods, you're gonna get fucking
See,
banned.
ahorita. What'd you say, Omatic?
I was saying if you hop in and like start insulting mods, like you're done.
Yeah, dude. And the thing is, like, do you realize how like like, have you noticed? I'm sorry, not that you do realize, but have you noticed how many people come in just to like talk shit and like act like assholes for no reason? Like for
Yeah.
no reason.
It's like, dude, we're used to this kind of shit by now. We'll ban you for like way less.
So you're still on PNR?
Or that dude who was like saying that this place has a mod problem.
Oh yeah.
Earlier, even though the guy was not like answering Scotty's questions whatsoever, and it was like totally his fucking fault.
So
God, what was his name? Metaphysical or something?
metaphysical. That's a great name.
What is that objects are real guides like
Oh my
deal?
gosh. You should hear him, bro. Has he posted anything that you like? What has he posted so far?
1 second. He hasn't. Sorry, I was doing something. He hadn't posted anything. He like left the group early. Like, but I saw that Scotty had banned him, and then like he joined like after being unbanned, like after 2 days, like normal.
Right.
And I just didn't know what the fuck had happened to get him banned in the first place.
Oh, you didn't know what he did? I've talked to him. So the guy is like he's good with science. Like not that he's good with science, but he's the type of person that like he uses science to like prove the Bible almost like, oh well, we can't explain this in science, so this must prove of God or that type of person. Like I was trying to talk to him and he said thoughts are immaterial, right? And that they're not electrical signals in the brain. Like there's no like when you have a thought, it's not electricity. So then I
I
went
just
online. What
I
happened?
just had this conversation earlier. Oh my
You
god.
did? Oh my gosh. So I went online and I looked up thoughts are electrical signals and it popped up right the fuck away. And I'm like, dude, yes, electrical signals are thoughts. Like you can test you can measure them in a lab. Like so I told him and then he's like, yeah, but I mean and then he went into like his excuse bullshit and I'm like, dude, they're physical. Like it's not an immaterial thing, so
Yeah, I look earlier. Let me read this post to you, because this guy's stupid. I'm on Facebook arguing just as much as I am in Discord.
seriously? Dude, I would
Yeah.
not be able to do that. My I have family members on Facebook. They would just be like, "What are you doing, bro?"
Oh, see, that's the perfect thing because I have an anonymous Facebook that I
Oh,
just
okay.
yeah.
That's perfect.
But this guy goes, I have falsified the notion that consciousness is made up of my brains by examining what a brain is made of. Interconnected brain cells, there is nothing inside or outside a brain cell that has been identified to be responsible for consciousness. Therefore, the notion has been falsified. And the obvious problem is that he's like speaking out of his ass from ignorance.
Exactly.
Like I was telling him, I was like, dude, we can observe the fact that if you deprive a brain of oxygen, then its brain state changes and affects you from like you will go unconscious from a lack of oxygen because your brain won't get oxygen. And he goes, what is it? He said, yeah, but you can't prove how or why consciousness is in a brain cell. I'm like, we don't fucking need to, dude. I was like, all we have to do is observe that consciousness is affected by brain state, and then we have a justified true belief of thinking, oh, these two things are connected.
Exactly. Oh no.
Yeah,
You're
and
definitely right. It's obvious. You can prove it. Like it's Tom does it all the time, dude.
yeah, and he was like saying it's self-apparent to me, and I was like, okay, so you're going to accept it as an axiom. And he was speaking against naturalism, and I asked him, I was like, okay, so are you going to say that forms of circular reasoning are now acceptable? And he never answered that because that would destroy his entire argument against naturalism.
Right.
But he never answered that, and I just posted it again.
No, yo no me tomo lo mismo.
Well, it wasn't again. I posted again after that. This is what I said. Let me find my response because I am way better in text debates for some reason.
Oh, me too.
Oh yeah, he kept fucking describing like consciousness as like viewing as a person inside your head viewing a movie screen, and I kept telling him that that's a fallacy known as the homunculus fallacy, which is now the second time I've gotten to use this in my life. But basically, it's a fallacy I'll just read this to you.
Yeah.
Why this is a fallacy may be understood by asking how the homunculus sees the internal movie. The obvious answer is that there's another homunculus inside the first homunculus's head or brain looking at this movie. But that raises the question of how this homunculus sees the outside world. The answer to that seems to require positing another homunculus inside the second homunculus's head and so forth.
Yeah.
In
I
other
totally
words,
understand that. Yeah, it would be like an infinite chain.
yeah. And I just told him, and I'm like, that's not parsimonious whatsoever or simple, and there's no fucking proof to that. And like he like just keeps dodging the question. He goes, "You have yet to explain how brain cells can make consciousness." I said, "I don't have to. I can observe that consciousness is affected when brain states are altered and have justified true belief for the claim. Whereas all you have is a fucking axiom. And by the way, you should have as few as possible."
No, you're definitely right. Yeah, like it's obvious if you like damage your brain, then your consciousness can be affected. Like your personality could change, literally. So it's like it's obvious that the brain is consciousness. Like it's what uh like consciousness arises from the brain. It's obvious. Like you don't even have to be like an expert to understand that, you know? So
Yeah, like then 44 minutes ago, because this was 5 hours, I said, "You're gonna come back and finish this conversation, and answer my question." So I guess he's doing the Darth dodge. Wait, the Darth Dyer's dodge. Holy shit!
Oh, where he leaves and comes back like a long
Holy
time.
shit!
Yeah, what happened?
Hold on, everyone. Hold on. I'm typing in Wild Wild West.
Oh, okay.
The Darth Dyer's dodge.
You know what would be interesting? I think so. In these debates, what happens most of the time is that people just use terms differently. So, for example, like talking about like thoughts, I think you mentioned earlier, or mind, or something like that, because people make the distinction between mind and brain, and I believe that's just like an artifact of language. Like people literally take mind as a noun, and they think that it's something in reality. That's what happens there, and it's quite funny. So I think it would be telling if people would discuss about colors in these discussions, because, for example, I don't know if you know, but like the color pink, or in that region, violet, pink, something like that, that color doesn't actually exist in reality. There's no combination of there's no like a specific frequency of color that produces the pink thing. That's a combination of two colors, and that only happens in our brain, in our head. And because this whole discussion reminded me when I had a talk with a friend of mine about if colors exist, and we were just talking past each other because he was taking exist to mean something else than what I was saying exist is. I was just saying that it's a process. It's a physical process in our brain. And he was saying that no, colors exist as in they exist in reality. But yeah. So that's where all of this. That's where all of these problems come from. Like when people say we have a mind, it's because it's a noun. But I actually like that discussion Tom had with that guy Massimo Pigliucci, or whatever his name is, when he said we don't have minds. Our brains go through the process of minding. It does. That's what it does. It's thinking is a process, a physical process.
You can observe thinking, like Frank was saying earlier. You can observe what areas of the brain are being activated when you're thinking. And I thought what you brought up about pink not actually being real is really interesting.
Yeah. So not many people know that, and you can think of like, even if not, you don't have necessarily to go to the pink stuff, but although it's an interesting subject, but like if you think about like people that can't see, that are colorblind, right? Some people can see some other colors than other people can. And like, what's the like? If you talk with someone that's colorblind, is like what? The colors don't exist for them or something like that? Like, because that doesn't make any sense. So if you take the physical approach where you say, well, color is just like this frequency and whatever, and our brain just reacts to the information that it receives, that makes perfect sense. And that's, I mean, you bypass like all of this bullshit about like consciousness and qualia and whatever.
Yeah. No, you're right.
My dad just brought up that apparently people on British ships would paint their ships pinks because they wouldn't appear on the open ocean.
I didn't know that.
Battleships.
True story.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
That's cool.
So what's the did you guys see that Tom has his own server, his own chat again in politics and religion?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw that.
I'm going to do my best to try and get as much traffic into it and as much traffic away from Darth as possible, because that would be hilarious.
Yeah. And I was talking to Matt yesterday, and I brought up, you know how in Genesis it says, I don't know if you know about this race core, because I know you haven't read the Bible, like, you know, all
Well,
like, but you know how in Genesis it says that God was looking for a helper for Adam,
yeah,
and he couldn't find, like, he was looking for help for Adam, so he made all the animals again, even though he had already made them, but he made them again, and then Adam named them, and then he couldn't find an animal that was suitable a partner for Adam, so then he made Eve, right? And I said,
yeah.
well, if God already knew that Eve was going to be the partner of Adam, like, if that was already predetermined, then, and God knows everything, then why would he need to look for a partner for Adam? You know what I mean? Couldn't he just make the animals and then make Eve? Like, why would he need to find a partner suitable for Adam? And then he
I'm
goes,
not super familiar with Genesis, so I'll just go ahead and just exit this discussion.
well, anyway, so then we got into it, but and then Tom Locke was like, well, just because it says that that no partner was found doesn't mean he was looking for one, and so it just got crazy. Like,
Your mic keeps going out a little bit.
oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So anyway, we got into it, me and Matt yesterday, and then he apologized afterwards. He's like, "Yeah, I didn't mean to be so harsh on you, man," because he does that. Like,
Matt is I have such a conflicted opinion about Matt, because one minute Matt is being like the nicest guy on the planet, and then the next minute, like, Matt has turned into a vitriolic, like, shit spewing asshole, where he's just like, yeah,
that's exactly what happened. It was like I was asking a question, and then he gets all pissed, right? And then he's like, "No, I apologize, man. I didn't mean to be like an asshole." And I'm like, "Well, why would you even like be an asshole in the first place?"
Did you hear that Concrete dropped I hate to say the word, but did you hear that fucking Concrete said faggot today in the chat?
Oh, he
With
did.
Oh no.
yeah, he got banned for fucking for fucking
You guys, yeah, by the way, do you guys have like enforce word rules or whatever?
no slurs, basically, I think. Just
Oh,
nothing.
good shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, in the VC, you could say whatever you want, except like obviously the like the word, like the worst things, like the N word and all that. Like, oh, by the way,
Yeah, I
Matt.
never understood that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would never use that kind of language. But do you know that?
No. I don't understand the rules about like not letting people say that. It's like fucking so weird to me.
Oh, yeah. Like, what do you mean? Like, same like the N
It's
word and
just
all that?
offensive to.
It's just a fucking word. It's
Yeah,
like,
no,
what?
I got you. Yeah, no, but
Yeah,
it's like,
6 may break my bones, dog, but
right.
some people are.
Like, I'm the
Yeah.
type of person, I don't care what you like call me. Like, I've been called the worst things in the world, but as long as you don't hurt me, I don't care. Like, it's not gonna affect me in any way.
My thing is that if people come in and get on the server and start talking like that, then people will look at the server and be like, oh, so they're saying that racism is okay. Like, it's just like that's a big rabbit hole to go down. So it's just better to just go ahead and just say don't say it.
Yeah, I know, because Americans are insane. But no, my point is It's like so the what I would distinguish is like targeted harassment or bullying or whatever, and that can be done with any words. It's not like certain words are more effective than others or whatever. It's not like you can do bullying without using those words, and that's what's important, like the targeted bullying. But like if you just use the words, I mean, I don't know. I don't. So I'm not from America. I never understood like this fucking shit about the words, because words don't have like specific good or bad meanings to them. They're just words.
Yeah, it definitely is a cultural thing.
It's just like anything
Yeah.
else. Like people are sensitive to it. It's like the whole transgender thing. Like if there's it's like a biological male that wants to be called a female, like just call them that. Don't get into it. Like
Yeah, you
why
got
we
it
need to
wrong.
go through that? Yeah, like I understand that you have your own like thoughts about it, but just like don't get into it. Like it's better just to like respect people.
Or just don't engage. Steer away from the
Or just
crazy.
don't
Yeah.
engage. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Keep away.
Yeah, man. So what did any atheists hop in the chat tonight?
What happened?
Did any theists hop in the chat line tonight?
Oh no,
They're too
We-
scared.
we don't get any theists here. They
Yeah.
don't get the echo chamber. It's like it's funny because I go to the PNR, right, and
Yeah.
Foxy's like, "Oh yeah, we've destroyed all these atheists. Like they're gone." I'm like, I'm like, "Yeah, sure, buddy. Like, like there's a lot of atheists that come on here all the time."
It's like y'all motherfuckers need to hop in here for like 5 minutes, because y'all get fucking wrecked. Like
Exactly.
like, dude, Quantum, like just like let's just send Quantum out, like just one person, Quantum phone, but like annihilate like an army of theists by himself. Like that dude's so fucking intelligent.
You should just say, you're wrong. We're all in the atheist cesspool. Or something.
Oh, so where are you from, Razcor?
I'm from Romania.
Oh, Romania. So how do they
Like, super early here.
how do they look at atheists over there?
How do they look at it? Like, that's not even a concept that we comprehend. It's like one of the most religious countries in the world. 90-something% are Orthodox Christian.
Yeah. So you're escaping basically.
But on the other hand, we don't have like the insane, like if you're an atheist in the society, like people don't treat you differently or don't look at it. Like in America, it's just insane. Like with families disowning you or whatever. That's not a thing. I think that's more cultural than religious or something.
Yeah. America seems to be kind of it seems
insane.
like from your
Crazy.
from your point of view, you like we seem pretty like emotionally charged, don't we?
Oh yeah, fuck that shit.
Yeah, we're emotional people over here. A lot of people like to fucking irritated by small things.
In every way.
I've been exposed to so much. Like this is one of the reasons that I quit Twitter actually. So I was on Twitter a while back, and then like the riots and whatever. Like my feed was flooded with like bullshit. What I consider bullshit, and I just quit. Like I don't need that stuff. What the fuck?
Yeah. It's ridiculous.
And the problem is because these companies, they come from America and they impose like stuff on the rest of the world now, and it doesn't even make sense if you think about it. Or the woke or whatever you call it, like the methodology. it's like be tolerant, but like not that tolerant. Like if you don't agree with us, like fuck you or something. I don't even like what.
Exactly.
Be tolerant only if you agree with us. Like,
Yeah.
fuck
It's
that shit.
because it's because there's a big division in America. Like there's a big division between the left and the right, Christians and atheists. There's always like these divisions cause so many problems. Like because the disagreements, like you get into disagreements all the time with like different because of different types of like ideas. That's why I wish we were more like united in our like way of thinking. Not necessarily like our goals or like our like what we want to accomplish, but like the way to get there.
Yeah, but I think the problem isn't necessarily that disagree. The problem is that the views that they hold are just like so opposed. They're like 180 degrees one from another. And if you're not like, at least on the internet, if you're not at one of the ends of the spectrum, you're not part of us. You're not like what centrists purge the centrists, which is like 90% of the population anyway. It's like that isn't intoxicated by the internet stuff.
Exactly. I agree. And like
Yeah.
I wouldn't consider myself part of like either group, like because I would consider myself a centrist in that way. Like I feel like
Mm.
a totally different way of like how things should go. And the one thing that we should definitely do, which I agree with Tom with in, is like we should look at what works in different countries and apply it to our country. If this works in this country, then make it happen here, and then the country would get better. And so like that's the way. Like there should be an objective standard as to how we handle things.
Yeah, but you need like political um, volition or whatever, like willpower, political willpower to. Because that's one thing that I didn't really understand as I was growing up in Romania as well. Because people in power, they would travel to other countries, and I was thinking like, why? Like they have exposure to more civilized parts, more developed parts, and whatever. Why don't they ever bring back like some ideas and implement it here? But the problem is that, at least for us, the main issue was like corruption. So they were just interested in keeping their power and nothing else,
Yeah.
and
It's the same
getting
here.
rich.
It's the exact same thing here. I mean, the
Yeah.
people
So
that are on top, they all they care about is making money, and
yeah.
the politicians work with the gut with the corporations, and they all make money, and they all just want to be in power and have money. Like they don't care about
Yeah.
like the regular guy.
I don't think that's actually true. I think the political system itself is geared towards or incentivizes this type of like mentality. But I think that the market caters to the customers. They can try, obviously, they can try and persuade customers with like unethical means and. But I think that generally speaking, the market addresses the issues in time. But if I had like, I would abolish politics. Like I would
Good about
replace
politics.
it. Yeah, I would. That like it's the only. Can you? It's the only fucking system in the world that's at a high level. You basically like the population votes. Like it can be the most uneducated person in the world, and it can be in the highest position. It's like fucking insane. It's the only system that works that way. Like if you go to an interview, you have to like present some CV or something that you did, but not in politics. In politics, you can just be voted in power.
That's why you get people like Marjorie Taylor Greene or shit stain Trump. So you get people that should never have been in power.
Yeah, so I'm a proponent of like the scientific. I think we should do everything scientific. Like I was thinking about like if I had the power like type of system I would replace the system with, and I came up with this idea. It's like a far-fetched. so it's not very well like thought or anything like that. But what I will start with is like sort of a technocrat type of administration. So administration, not even politics or what. People don't get voted in; they get through a competition or something like that. They get in positions, and everything is managed through studies. So, like for example, anyone in the society, like if you have a group of people, they want to bring in a project for the local neighborhood or whatever, they can bring it up to the local authorities, and then the local authorities study if it's good or bad. So it's not, they just don't implement it because it feels one way or the other. They have to go through a process, and that would be my ideal system.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I have my own idea on like what should be in place. My idea is kind of far fetched. Like it's out there.
Star Trek.
Like I would like if I was in power, like what I would do is I would figure out like genetically what a person was determined to be, like almost like
No,
yeah.
no, that's Gattaca. Or like, right? Don't go that route, man. You're
No,
gonna
no, but
destroy
it
us
would
all.
work because like and like if this person is determined to be a leader, then I would make them a leader. You know what I mean? Because they would but
Don't
I mean
think
it
that
would be
works.
difficult. I know it would be difficult to implement, but it's like if
No, not even that. I don't think it works because most of the stuff isn't just genetics. I think most of the stuff is environmental. Like, and how you can't predict that.
right, I know I understand, but like if I don't know, like I feel like if genetically you're predisposed to be a certain way, then like wouldn't it be better to like maximize that potential rather than like allow you to like veer off and be something that you might not be able like that won't like be the best, like you wouldn't be the best you could actually be, you know?
Mm,
These things always, that's what I was saying earlier. Don't always do things according to nature.
Right.
You know?
No, I got that. I understand. But it's like but I'm the type of person like
checkmate.
yeah.
Recover from that, yeah.
It's like nature versus nurture. It's like I'm not like I feel like nature is like better than nurture to in my opinion, like in that
Well,
sense.
I
But I
think you
could be
can
wrong.
get I think you can get guidance from nature, but there's also things that we definitely don't do. Like we don't go on murderous rampages, and even though that's probably something that's natural to a lot of us. Like I mean, I don't know. I haven't really thought too much about it, I guess, but yeah.
It's just like I just feel like I don't know, like if genetically you were like made to be a certain way, like if you have this IQ or this like because IQ is like something we test that you can't change, right? So it's like genetic. So it's like
Yep.
I don't think so. I mean, I'm not sure about that. I don't think that you can't change through.
I can change.
I don't know about that actually.
You can change IQ.
oh really?
Yeah, that would be my intuition, but I don't know. So like, I don't know how that.
I never thought that
works.
because like even we were talking about it in the Q&A, and because someone was like, "Oh, black people have less IQ than white people and all that." And so like which is dumb whatever, but it's like I think it's probably genetic. Like I don't think you can like change how like your intelligent quota or whatever. I mean you can
No,
change. Go ahead.
I don't think that's true because if you think about like historically speaking, we haven't always been this. So we've evolved in so at least at the huge like broad society level, I think the intelligence can change with time. So I don't know like how you would do it in the lifetime of an individual. At least through time, it certainly is intuitive. We would get better at thinking about the stuff, like because like with all of the development around us, just logically through history, it makes sense that we learn more and that's what like IQ is basically.
Yeah.
Right, but it's like, okay, like your brain is a certain size and you have certain neurons that fire. Like regardless of regardless of like how much I try to teach some, like it's almost like someone that has like mental issues. Like if they have mental issues, it doesn't matter how much you try to teach them to do something. It's my cousin, for instance. Like she has brain like mental issues, right? She's born with a deficiency in her
Or
brain, right? So
yeah,
she's always gonna have to live with someone because regardless of how much we try to teach her to like be better, and she knows two languages, she's a smart girl, but it's like you can't outgrow your genetics to a certain degree. It's like regardless of what you try to like be like do or whatever, you're bound to be what you were meant to be. That's how I see it.
yeah. So I don't know if I agree with that, but I see what you're saying.
Well, yeah. So like I said, I don't know. Like I just want things to get better. So like I propose different ways of like accomplishing that. You know, maybe
I
as soon
just I just
maybe
I
as soon
just
as
know
Pennsylvania.
I just know that I much prefer my system than your Getaka system.
Yeah, I like your
Uh,
system too. You know, and like science should be like the main like whatever we use, we should use science like for sure. Like that's that much we can agree on. Like
yeah,
science.
the scientific method more specific, just like
Yeah. No, you're
uh,
definitely right.
and I never understood that, like, because for example, for big projects, you always like when you make a highway or something, you always have to make some feasibility research before actually implementing the project. It's like for everything else, it's like whatever goes. It's like change at society level laws or whatever or rules or yeah, we can change them. We don't need any studies for that. Like who cares? And I
Exactly.
never understood that.
No, you're right. You're definitely right. Yeah.
Maybe it's because this is true. It's like this social study type of thing. It's a bit of a hit and miss. It's kind of like pseudoscience. It's not. It's kind of like meteorology. It's kind of like a science as well. There's a lot of guesswork because we don't know. We can't like break down like the patterns of fluid motion and what, because it's not a simple system. There's a lot of stuff happening there. So what we do is just we come up with best guesses for our models as input, and then at best we can predict the patterns. And it depends where you are on Earth as well, because some places are more influenced by many factors. We can at best predict like for I don't know 48 hours or something like that. But more than that, it's just like pretty much guesswork. And I feel like the same is with social studies. So with this sort of like domains of study, I don't know like how best, but still I would still go with science because you don't have anything better. Like what's the alternative? Just guess, just like literal guess instead of like guessing with scientific methods. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. I was watching this. Have you ever heard of Star Talk on YouTube by Neil deGrasse
No,
Tyson?
I heard about the guy, but I haven't seen.
Oh, he's got a show called Star Talk, and he had
Yeah.
Richard Dawkins on, and they were talking about statistics and how people should follow statistics. You know, it's like
Good
with
luck with that.
what happened?
Good luck with that.
Yeah, exactly. But like
Have, ha-
statistics should be followed in a certain sense, like because that's
yeah,
a scientific way of like understanding like what's the best option to take for every situation. So yeah, I agree with that.
yeah, I agree with that as well. Like statistics is counterintuitive to most people, so I think without like a good basic education on that. They just this is like the perfect example with that vegan dude, right? It's like, just look at the statistics, guy. Like the paper was pretty much disproving everything that he was saying, and take a look at the numbers, dude.
Yeah.
And you can't understand this stuff unless you're educated somewhat in the topic, and that's the problem with this, because the famous Monty Hall problem in statistics or in mathematics, I guess, or whatever.
What is it called?
I don't know. Monty Hall. So there was like this TV show, American TV show called Monty Hall. I'll link to the Wikipedia article. So it's quite funny. Theist helpline, right? Yeah. So it's an interesting problem to just like go through it and try to solve it yourself before like getting to the answer, because this here explains exactly like what's the problem with people not understanding statistics. It's so counterintuitive that for probably 99% of the people it just doesn't make sense unless you actually know like why this happens mathematically and all of that stuff, and it's not easy. You have to grasp the concepts.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, my solution to all of this is like just a better education. I think better education, because we can actually see. I coming from like a less developed country, I can see that democracy kind of works pretty well when you have highly educated people, like in Switzerland and so on countries, and make a comparison. So it tends to work. But like when you have like a bunch of buffoons like voting on whatever, like, that's not better than random. Right. So that doesn't make any sense.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. It's messed up, man. Like obviously, but there's a lot of problems. Like the part of the problem, and I don't know if you'll agree with me. You probably won't, but who knows? Is like the whole money thing. Like like if I was in power, I'd probably get rid of like the monetary system and make it different to like figure out a way to like like if you like provide a certain like service, then you get like benefits from it somehow, rather than like having like a monetary system that like rich assholes could do whatever the hell they want, and keep everyone down and keep everyone poor and like suffering basically,
Well, I kind of agree with it. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with like the assessment of the rich guys, bastards as they call them. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think it's the system itself is such a way that it just incentivizes like egoism, and that can be fine. I don't necessarily have a problem as long as people do something with the money. Sure, like pile it all together in one place. I could care less. But on the other hand, so with my replacement for democracy, I've also thought about this, and I came across a project. Maybe you heard about it. It's called, because it's in America. It's like really cool for all sorts of projects. The guy is French, but it's a project. Let me remember. I think it's called the Venus Project. There is this like famous guy that lived through through the world wars, the two of them. Yeah. He died recently, and he came up with like this idea. So he predicted like long before like any of this was mainstream. I think like in the between the world wars or something like that. He predicted that as we increase automation in production and whatever, we can reach a point where we can basically produce the resources needed to just like give them to people. So like everyone has a base level of resources, and he's talking about like the needs: water, shelter, food, just the basic needs, and then everything else comes on top of that. And I quite like this approach. So it's kind of like the universal basic income, except you're not doing it with money, you're doing it with resources directly. So you give like electricity, shelter, blah blah blah, food, whatever. And then the rest of the stuff, I think I agree with you. Like I would probably prefer a society where you produce services for people or whatever, and you get resources back instead of money directly.
Right.
That's how. But I don't know how that would be implemented. I thought about it a little bit, and this Venus project sounds interesting to me. But the whole premise is based on if we reach a point where we have, I don't know, maybe like 90% automation or something like that. So, because if you have labor to do the work, then it doesn't really work. But if you have AIs doing the work for you, then yeah, I can see how this can be realistic.
Yeah. Yeah, that would definitely things would have to get better, I guess. But with technology, that could definitely happen. If the technology improves and, like you said, automation. So, I mean, it's possible for that for us to do that.
Just leave it to the science.
Exactly. We have to trust science. That's the thing. People don't trust science enough and don't use science enough to like solve problems. They want to use other things, other means to try to figure things out. Rather than, like I said, statistics. Like what works.
Yeah, that's true. But if you think about it, it's like we do a bunch of stuff that is so inefficient. And even in my field, because I'm working with game engines. So these other people made the engines that we use as programmers, so we don't have to build the games from scratch every time, because there's like repeating patterns of stuff that you can reuse. So that's the idea behind the game engines. Yeah. But so in software, I don't think that there's anyone in the world, maybe there's like a couple of people right now or a couple of firms or something that implemented like a scientific method to improve the user experience. Because you can do studies based on, like, for example, if I make a user interface, you can track where people look on the screen and see how they interact with your application, and then you can use that type of knowledge to improve your user experience, so to make stuff more visible or to change the placement of certain things or add in useful animations and all of that stuff. But up until like, I don't know, maybe 5 or 10 years ago, this wasn't even a thing. Like everyone was just like doing stuff, and if it worked, it worked. If not, like whatever, we don't know how to fix it. But this is a specific example where you can see science actually improving, in this case, user experience to quite a reasonable degree.
And say science and technology go hand in hand. So
yeah, this is so it's I always think, like, when I think about science and this type of discussions, I always think about like these flat earthers, because I just don't understand, like, yeah, and even theists in general more so, because it's like you use all of this stuff around you, like microphones and stuff that science produces, science, engineering, and all of that, cars, buildings, heating systems, and this like stuff that you just take for granted, but you have no idea like how difficult this is to actually make, and how much like automation had to be achieved before the prices were so low that it was available to everyone. Like, even if you think about like an air conditioning, stuff like that's not like the simple thing to do. You have like all sorts of gases in there and like this whole process. And it's just cheap because of automation, all of these other factories, right? Like, how do the factories work? So you have all of this thing that science does for us, and then Yeah, but you know God.
Exactly. Oh, I know exactly
It's
what you
like
mean. Yeah,
denying science. Like, how can you deny science with all of the stuff around you? Like, that doesn't
because
make any sense.
Rascore, you don't understand. The government lies to you, man. NASA's lying to
Eh,
you. They're all lying to you, dude. Do you not
Reminds me,
understand? Wait, what'd you
reminds me
say?
of people when they talk about fucking evolution. Like,
yeah.
Oh, Grandmaster was talking about that. He
yeah,
says, in his opinion, the creationists are worse than the flat earthers. I wouldn't know how you
yeah,
parse that
yeah.
out, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah, I think they're all the same.
yeah. I personally do too. I think
Uh,
they're all science deniers. So it's whatever.
but like with fucking like with evolution, is like the two subject for me would be like the what are these called, like the um microbial theory, or the it's not microbial, but you know what I mean, like the germ theory or whatever. Because
Yeah.
that's a branch of evolution science basically, and that's the stuff, all of the stuff that brings us for like medicine and hospitals and whatever. It's like how it's you have to be insane to deny that. That's my view.
Oh, dude, they exist anti-vaxxers, sovereign citizens. Have you heard of sovereign citizens before? Oh, those are the worst.
I heard about
Yeah, they don't think laws are real. Like, oh, they don't follow certain laws because they shouldn't get a license plate because it says here on the Black Law Dictionary that whatever. Like they'll make things up like on the fly because they saw it on this like on the internet or whatever, you know. So they can't. They don't have to follow the rules. They don't get insurance. They don't get They don't. You know. They don't. Their license is suspended. They don't care. They drive anyway because my car isn't a vehicle, it's or my they'll say something like their car isn't like a car, like it's they're not driving, they're traveling, all this bullshit, like it's ridiculous, bro, like honestly, like the
but
go ahead.
you know what's the fucked up thing with all of this stuff is that if you really think about it, and if you don't go to the extremes views, there's like a core of validity to all of this stuff. Like even the sovereign citizens or what, they basically want like they're aiming to the futures that we just discussed about, except that they want it now, like and we don't know if we can do it with like all of the
Right.
technology or whatever, right? So there's a core of like validity they're doing, except they just take it to the extreme. It's like just realize that you're not there yet.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what they have to do.
No, you're right. Yeah, they're optimistic, I guess, about the future. I guess.
I would just call them insane, but okay.
Yeah, me too. Exactly.
Yeah, good stuff.
Did you know that
this was
cancer is actually a proof for evolution?
oh yeah, that's a good one.
And it's like, are you going to actually contest cancer's existence? Like, Jesus,
Yeah.
cancer deniers. It's like, I deny that I have cancer while he's just sitting there on fucking life support.
Oh my gosh. That's what happened with COVID. People were dying from COVID and denying that they had COVID.
It's like,
Yeah,
sure
that's
do wish I didn't have
an
this thing that I
interesting.
can't identify. Damn, wish I had a name for it.
Yeah. Which language was invented, man?
we can't use language. We don't presuppose the laws of logic. Remember?
Oh yeah, this is like I heard that guy, that buffoon, the slick guy, the Matt Slick or whatever his
Matt
name is.
Slick, yeah.
Yeah, it's like yeah, go ahead, explain that to me without I.
Oh my god.
Go ahead.
He's one of the worst ones, dude. Oh my
Dude,
god.
look, Matt, whenever you're having a normal conversation with him, it's fine. But like
Yeah.
whenever he debates whenever he debates like his beliefs, he is the most insufferable human being I think I've ever had the displeasure of fucking being in a chat room with. Like,
Oh, you
I'd rather
interacted
be in a
with the
room
guy?
with- sometimes because at least Darth and I can talk about fucking music.
Yeah.
Like,
That's a
Jesus.
good one.
Darth and I are both into musicals, so I bonded with him on that. Bond is a strong word, but you know,
Darth as in Darth Dawkins?
yeah, he's into musicals. I found that out, and I talked to him about how I like Fiddler on the Roof, and he started singing "If I Was a Rich Man," which I had it on fucking video.
Oh, this reminds me. Do you know that the Christmas Carols by Darth Dawkins? The album. That's like whoever did that.
You know what the funniest thing is that Darth sounds like he'd actually have a really good singing voice because of I don't know, he's got that low bassy sound to his voice.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he sounds like he'd be a really good singer.
Yeah, if he wouldn't be insane, like. If only he wouldn't be insane.
The thing about Darth that I realized is that he's a very smart person. Like, he's very well read, and I mean, he reads a lot. Like, I can't deny that he's smart because like I don't read as much as he does. I'll be honest. Like, I'm not a big reader, but like but the thing is he gets some things wrong. Like, he wants so much to convince the world that Christianity is true that he lets
I don't think so.
Well, you don't think he's that smart?
He's
no, I don't think that's true.
He can't handle any internal critiques. That's the biggest flaw of his.
I think he jerks off at bullying other people intellectually.
Yeah.
I think that's his shtick. But it's funny we started talking about him. I actually, have you seen the Flat Earther on Tom Rabbit's channel?
Who?
The
Phyllis or whatever.
Darth Dawkins.
Fistus or whatever.
I don't know what the name is, but Darth Dawkins found out that he has Flat Earthers in his posse.
I'm gonna take a call real quick. I'm not hopping out. I'll be right back.
All right. So he actually brings up really good points of like how we determine like the Earth is a globe. So that was quite funny, and the other guy was just like, the man, we did the studies with the measurements, the Flat Earther guy. And Darth Dawkins brings up something that I haven't thought of, which is like the bomber, the B-70 or whatever it's called, like the American, the supersonic or the one that looks like the Blackbird from the X-Men.
Yes.
So he brought up that there's these pilots on those fucking planes that almost reach outer space, and they actually at that altitude you can actually see the curvature. And he was asking the guy like, do you think that all of these pilots lie about? And this other guy, the flat earther, is like, oh, you got the barrel distortion and what? Oh man, it's so funny.
Oh my gosh.
It's a really good one. We could take notes from Darth Dawkins on stray flat earthers.
Have you ever got into a debate with a flat earther?
No, I just had like this short discussion when I was on the server. So I actively seeked out to have a discussion with a flat earther. So I just ended up in this room where there were like a huge amount of them, and I couldn't get. It wasn't a discussion. Like, I couldn't say anything because all they did was grill me on this and that and how come. And like fuck, because I'm trained with physics, and they have like this stupid ass memes that they just repeat. Like one of them is how can you have like a gas stick to the surface of the earth without a container or whatever? Like what the fuck? and I was trying to explain to them, it's simple, dude. Just take a look at the clouds. The clouds don't have containers around them, and they stick together for a while. Why is that? Because because clouds aren't gases.
Oh my gosh.
So they come up with all sorts of like stupid shit that doesn't make any sense. Like even if you
look at other planets, on a telescope, you see that they have like gases that stick on the planet. Like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's like all they have to do is take a freaking telescope. That's all they need. Or go to one of these telescopes, like because you need a high powered one, and just take a look at Jupiter or something, and you can see. But the problem is like with the planets, they're just gonna say it's they're not real. They're just like projections. I'm pretty sure that. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But on the other hand, they can actually see, and anyone can do this. You can actually see the International Space Station with a telescope. With someone that's trained and can track, you can actually see it fly.
Yeah,
I saw that in that Talk Heathens video. That's the only one that's like, I think, past 1 million views, where they have that co-host on, and they are a what is it? An aerospace engineer or something like that. And they were saying like exactly that to like a flat earther. And God, it was, that debate was a fucking shit show. The dude is like any flat earther is just I don't know what the fuck. Like, how do they rationalize it themselves to get to that position?
Because
Like,
NASA's lying to you. Illmatic, NASA's lying to you, dude. The government.
Dude, yeah.
The government.
I had a buddy of mine, speaking of us talking about evolution, the guy that I was just talking to, he called me asking for a voice clip of him. We used to like send this voice clip back to get like back and forth to each other because we thought it was fucking hilarious. Like we were making fun of like creationists, and he like his voice clip is like, "You're telling me I came from a goddamn monkey? Why are you telling me I came from a goddamn monkey? Why are they still around today?"
Oh my gosh.
God damn it.
Dumbasses, man.
Oh man.
You should check out like the link that up in general with that the flat earth stuff, because it's amazing. That's like one of the best debates I've ever seen on how to handle flat earthers, because it's with the guy that was a flat earther himself, and he came prepared like for all of the dumbass questions that the flat earthers bring, and he just casually like destroys everything because he actually went out and did all the calculations himself.
Dude, I could never like even when I was like, because I used to be a Christian until say about
blasphemy.
2 or 3, yeah, right. I used to be a Christian until like 2 or 3, maybe 4 at this point years ago. No, it'd be 3. It'd be 3 years. And then like looking back, I never denied evolution's existence. I never denied like that the Earth was round. I never denied any of that.
You're better than
You
me.
weren't a true Christian.
I was a younger creationist, and I stopped being a younger creationist 3 years ago. And I used to follow Ken
Really?
Hovind. Yes.
Did you follow Ken Ham?
No, not Ken Ham. Ken fucking Hovind, dude. That was my guy.
Oh god.
Yeah.
No, I mean you're not making this up. You're like serious?
I'm being serious. Listen, I know it's just like I thought everyone was lying to me. That's all it was. Like if you listen to what he says,
Interesting.
it's like everyone's lying to you, dude. Like this is the truth.
Yeah, except him, except Hovind,
Exactly.
right?
But then I watched the debate between him and Aaron Ra, and I saw Aaron Ra just crush his ass, and I was like, you know what? I don't know if I believe this anymore. So
it's probably for the best.
Yeah. Good for you, man. Welcome to the dark side.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, Race Core, you were never Christian, right? Like you said, you were never religious or anything, right?
Yep, that's me.
Yes, sir.
So I'll tell you like what happened, because so for a while I lived with my grandparents in the countryside, and the countryside is like hyper religious in a sense, like where people not that fanatic or anything like that, but more like involved with the community, going to the church. The church is like probably the biggest thing that they have in the whole village. generally speaking. And so when I was 6 or 7 or something like that, my grandma took me to the church for my first what's it called, like when you sin and you have to talk about them, or
First communion.
Communion, is that what it's? And I don't know the name. I don't know the name in English, but it's like when you talk with the priest and tell them what sins you uphold in the real world and whatever, and then so they're supposed to give you like a homework to absolve you for the sins.
Yeah.
So Orthodoxism, like I mentioned, is a bit different. It's more traditionalistic. It's more like conservative in that sense. So, for example, the way that the confession, yeah, that's the thing. So how confession works is like you have to kneel down before the priest, and the priest puts the robe on top of you. So now remember, like I was in between the guy's legs at 6 or 7 years old or something like that. And the first thing that crossed my mind was like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, when I experienced that stuff, like what? You know, and then he asked me some stupid ass questions. I said, yeah, I lie. Who doesn't lie? Fuck you. And then he gave me, so you're supposed to like go and pray, or it's a specific type of prayer, like to be absolved by your sins, for your sins. And so I went back home and I started doing that thing. And in the middle of it, because you have to repeat it like a number of times, and in the middle of it, I was like, what the fuck is this shit? And I at that point was like, that this doesn't make any sense to me. All of this process is like stupid.
I mean, it said, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, and I just I mean, I wasn't religious before because I didn't even know what that was, but that was my process of becoming an atheist. It was like at 6 or 7 when I was like, what the hell is even what I can't, like, this doesn't make any sense to me. It's like a sexual harassment.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And I just figured out that people are insane, and like, that was my thing. And then I had discussions like with friends of mine, and they were like asking me like, if you don't believe in, or not asking me, more like saying, telling me, you know, if you don't believe in God, you gotta believe in something. Like, what's the thing that you believe in? And I was like, what does that even mean? Like, to believe in, I believe, you know, I exist. Like, what? Like, what? You gotta believe in something. Like, what? So it did. None of that stuff made any sense to me.
Yeah.
Since ever.
Look at this guy. This guy finally responded to me, and he goes, physical processes need not create consciousness in any way. And I responded, and I go, too bad that they do.
Wait, he said what?
Yeah, neither
Physical
does
process?
God.
Wait, can you repeat that, Automatic?
He goes, what is it he said? Oh yeah, he goes, physical processes need not create consciousness in any way, and I go, too bad that they do.
I would say the thing, because I mentioned this before, I would just respond with like, God can choose not to create consciousness. So
Yeah.
what? So what now, bitch?
Bitch.
Yeah. Now what? Oh boy.
Oh man.
Oh man. So I saw this guy the other day, I think it was yesterday actually. I posted because I rewatched the Jay Dyer versus TJump debate, and I just go, Jay is a walking dumpster fire in this. And this guy goes, Jay won the debate 2 minutes in. He was impatient and should have let the other guy talk, but the other guy was spouting fallacies. And I go, Jay didn't know an argument being valid didn't mean it was sound. So
Yeah.
I'm like, just saying.
The philosophy dude doesn't know what an argument is.
Oh, he's got a fucking degree, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah. Like, how did he manage? I think he bribed something.
You need to get your money back.
You need to get your money back.
Like the most casually like fucking like savage thing to say. Like,
Man, this reminds me. This reminds me of a thing that I read once. So this was a long time ago when memes were still kind of like not a thing just yet. But so I think that this actually happened in real life. So a guy calls like this notepad. It was like they had like this software type of notepad type of thing, and the guy called the customer called the service the customer service or the help desk or something, and he was like, your app doesn't work, like what's happening, I can't write anything, like and the guy goes through the process and he asks the can you interact with like the buttons on the app and whatever, and he says, and down the line he says, I can't do any of that because the whole screen is black. And then like the other guy's like, what? Like that doesn't make any sense. So and then he goes on and asks some more questions, and then the customer finally says, yeah, we don't actually have power. We have a power shortage around here or something like that. And then the help desk guy is like, okay, I know exactly what the problem is. So this is what you gotta do. You take your computer and your monitor and you put them in a box and you ship them back to the marketplace where you bought them because you're too stupid to own a computer. And the guy got a complaint. The customer made a complaint, and the guy lost his job because of that.
oh my gosh!
But it was still a funny meme. These people do exist, and they are amongst us. They are the reptilians.
The reptilians.
Jeez, man, the reptilians.
Oh, man.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. Some people.
Do you know what's worse about all this flat Earth bullshit, man? Is that like someone like have you ever heard of that guy? What was his name again? Nathan Thompson. He gets paid. That motherfucker gets paid to like talk in front of people like about flat Earth. Can you believe
that's
that
cool.
shit?
Jesus.
I mean, good for him if he makes money out of it.
I mean, come on.
But I'm if you know that guy Peter Bog, I'm with that guy, the guy that invented like the street epistemology stuff. So if I had the power, I would just eradicate fucking bullshit beliefs. And like I remember because I saw one of his like talks, and at the end at the Q&A there was this guy asking him like, why do you want to poke holes in our faith or something like that, and the guy Peter Boghossian says, poke holes? Like, no, you misunderstand me. I want to eradicate the faith virus. I basically like demolish the guy. Man, savage.
That's exactly how I feel too, man. Honestly. But it's a problem because you're gonna run into a lot of atheists who are gonna say, well, I don't want to get rid of religion. I don't want to get rid of like certain things because it's like it could be beneficial, or like you should respect people's faith, but like bad ideas should definitely go away. I mean, bad ideas are like a problem that we have in the world, like
Yeah, the people that say this bullshit, they just don't back it up with anything. It's just like the feeling that they have. But if you take a look at studies about like comparison between different religious countries, it's undeniable that less religious countries do better than religious countries.
Yeah. Jeez, man.
Hey,
these people just need the scientific method.
Did what guy?
That guy, did he write? Did he write you back?
Oh, no, he hasn't said anything.
You destroyed it so thoroughly that he's not gonna.
All I said was just too bad that they do.
Yeah. That's what I said.
It's just like what is he gonna say to that? Like, you're not gonna like sit here and just fucking try to posit some random bullshit to me and like hope I accept it on the whim.
Yeah.
He's just gonna be like, that can't happen. That can't happen. That can't happen.
Yeah.
Like, too bad that it does happen.
This reminds me of one of these, one of Tom Rabbit's interaction video I saw recently with a guy that they go down this route that because he was saying, you know, your God doesn't exist because you say that everyone knows about his existence and I don't know about his existence, so that disproves your God. And this other guy is like, no. Doesn't work that way. You see, you're deluded. You're deluded yourself. So, but I wish that Tom Rabbit would have said then that, yeah, that's what I said. I don't know about him. If I'm deluded, I don't have knowledge of that, right? Because that's what delusion means.
Isn't it fucking amazing how fast Darth, like, and all of his fucking followers turn into goddamn psychiatrists?
Yeah. And it's just hilarious. And then at some point he just says, listen, do you have any other argument than no? It's like you know that God exists. Basically just him saying nah, I'm right and you're wrong.
it's like them sitting in a corner and waving their fingers around at them and going, ooh.
Something like that. Yeah.
Like, can you fucking go away?
Yeah. We don't need crazy here.
Like another thing Darth does, like if you guys haven't heard him yet, he hates psychology. Like that, he hates psychology.
Yet he fucking like engages in it when he says shit like they're just deluding themselves.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He does it, and then he's like, but psychology doesn't exist though, at all.
Yeah, he's a fucking hypocrite. I can't really stand him. I mean, he's kind of funny in some cases.
Well, it's just like, here's the thing that I posited to Tom. I don't remember who I was talking to, actually. It may not have been Tom Rabbit that I was talking to. But I was telling them, I was like, here's basically the problem here. Is that one, he cannot withstand an internal critique. Like, if you were to sit there and say, hey, Darth, if you could snap your fingers and end all of human suffering, this isn't original, by the way. If you could snap it and, like, end all of human suffering, would you? And if he says yes, he's in the same boat as we are. He is in the same boat as we are. He can believe in God all he wants to at that point. He can, but it doesn't prove that he's worth worshiping. Like it's like his internal critiques. Like he can't stand like at all. Like that's the reason he didn't talk to Pine Creek about Jesus.
Yeah, I said that. I just want to talk about Jesus. Why don't you want to talk about Jesus?
I think Grandmaster Brian's the one that pointed that out to me. But I was like, he's basically in the same boat as us. At that point, if he wants to talk about his God's properties and like if he wants to pretend that God's an all-loving God, sure, go ahead. But the Bible sure as hell tries to portray it as a different story. Matter of fact, it says that God is a very jealous God and a very vengeful God at that.
I really like more of Tom's approach where you take on the well, it's kind of difficult because these guys they just deny that you can use induction, which is like completely moronic. But I like when Tom brings up the fact that so the way we reason is that we take a look at the world around us and we infer through induction like what's the best explanation, and that makes much more sense than fucking God delusion stuff.
Yeah, I just accept induction axiomatically. Like it's just self-apparent. It works pretty much.
I don't know what you.
It's
self-apparent.
I accept the fact that induction is like I can only justify induction by using induction, but it's just self-apparent to me that induction works. So I just use it.
Well, so this is a thing that I don't understand with like people that are hardcore into logic stuff or whatever. Because if you think about it, not everything is like a syllogism or a logical deduction stuff. You can't like it doesn't even make sense to say that induction validates itself or whatever. That doesn't make any sense. You just experience it. It's kind of like experiencing oneself as well. You don't reason yourself into believing that you exist. You just do. It's not like a logical process.
You don't think about
Yeah.
it.
I do agree with that. You don't necessarily like induce that induction is going to work like in your brain, but it's really hard to like not put it that way. It's really hard to explain it. So that's the reason I just say, well, it's just self-apparent to me. It is self-apparent to me that I exist. It's self-apparent to me that induction is just the way to go. Like,
but the reason I wouldn't go that route because the thing about that is this can change tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
But that's not a problem because tomorrow we will have a different experience then that would invalidate our experience so far. And we would just replace. So the problem with all of these systems that I see myself is that everyone kind of like takes it for the debate purpose. They take it as if we can't change our minds or something like that. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like if tomorrow we don't have the sun rising, we're just gonna update the belief. Like there's no problem with that. It's not like induction necessitates that the sun is going to, like work tomorrow as it did yesterday. And we just update our belief system at that point. That's not a problem with induction.
And if someone says, "Oh, well, you don't know X or Y is going to happen tomorrow like it did today," I'll just say, "Well, I don't really. It doesn't really matter. So what?"
Let me ask you this. Let me ask this, and this is just because I actually want to pick your brain on this. Would that then be inducing that you have to change your methodology?
I guess it depends. Like for example, if we don't know a bunch of stuff about our world, like black holes, some quantum stuff. We're just guessing at some of them. Blah blah blah. Dark matter, dark energy. Like if we discovered, like for example, that tomorrow contradictions are a real thing based on some observations that we experience, then yeah, that would mean that maybe we need to have methodology to allow for them. And that's not a problem. Like if reality behaves that way, we just experience it, we observe it, and we just update our beliefs based on that. That's like nothing contradictory in that. Or from our point of view, from our logical, there's nothing wrong with that.
It does still seem that, well, one, here's the thing, is that I think there are different kinds of circular reasoning. I've never been able to really explain it in a way of which I can...
That's a red flag right there.
Let me try to explain it as best as I can. Whenever I say that I justify God by the Bible because the Bible says God is real, it feels different than me saying induction is true and because I have used induction to induce that induction is true, because I can observe the results of induction. I don't know. Maybe I'm just out to lunch on that, but
yeah, but I think again here is just a problem of like language.
Yeah,
because you don't actually do the thing that you're doing, experiencing it, and I think that many people just don't comprehend that or don't. Because I've seen, and this is I really like this approach where you say, I experience I exist, therefore that's my starting point or whatever, the cogito or whatever. And then you got guys arguing with you that if you actually exist or not. And that just makes them look insane.
Have you ever heard of Face of Yah? He does that all the time.
Face of Yah?
Fucking godless girl. God. she decided to die on that hill, and I'm not sure why. Like, like,
Yeah, but as I understand it, the problem with these systems, like if you take that approach, then all you have to do is take their reasoning to its logical conclusion, and you just show how incoherent babble that is.
Yeah.
Because if you're skeptical about anything, then or something like that, right? So if you're skeptical about your own then that's a problem. But if you just and this isn't like even induction or even like logic. This is just pure experience. It's like get rid of all of the language stuff. If you're a mute, you still experience yourself, and you don't like have the language to express it, and you're still experiencing it. Like I don't understand like how people think that they can make a logical argument based on stuff like experience, because that doesn't make any sense. And logical arguments themselves, without the empirical basis, which is the induction part, they mean nothing. Like the arguments are just stuff in our heads. Reality can be completely different than what we think our arguments show.
yeah. Yeah, but I hope that it sounds a little bit different than what it first came off as, at least. Yeah, I'm not going to just sit here and like cite some incoherent babble. I don't know. It just seemed to me that that when I say induction is like, if I were to say induction was circular, it feels like it's different than me saying that I believe in God because the Bible says God is true. It just feels like there's different types of circularities, like ones that are observable,
yes,
unfalsifiable.
So my approach to like respond to that. So and I mean, keep in mind, like I'm no philosopher or I'm not a logician or anything like that. But the way I would think about it, like there's nothing circular about experiencing it, and this is the same thing as the causal nexus or whatever you call it, like the causality or stuff like that. Like you don't explain causality via causality; you just experience it. There's no like logical explanation behind it that makes it so that causality exists. Yeah. It's the other way around. And like some people, I think that they have this problem that they have to reason to it somehow, but the way we function is the other way around. We first experience it and then we reason to it. And I think that's the main problem, like with many people, that they don't understand that the process is the other way around. We don't. Well, we didn't discover like the laws of logic, and then we experience ourselves existing.
Yeah. Well, I think when people talk about the problem of induction, they refer to a epistemological sense, like of how we're able to justify our knowledge
through induction.
yeah, exactly. And then you get the problem of like how do you justify knowledge through use of induction? And
how do you justify knowledge through use of induction?
And the only way really is to say that we know induction works. Well, how do you know induction works? Well, I induce that induction works, and that's the problem. Basically, is as my understanding. I mean, I could be just dumb.
I mean, I know I understand what you're saying. It's just that I don't know. I don't see this as a problem because the point is that you experience induction, you don't reason to it. That's the like the difference. I would say, like how I would explain it.
I would definitely I definitely agree. I don't think it's a problem for the fact of like, one, I don't know how the hell I would ever live life without inducing anything. I'd probably I like to say a lot of times I'd end up dead in a fucking river tomorrow if I wasn't using induction at all. Or like when people try to tell me, they're like, how do you know you're not a brain in a jar? And I'm like, well, one, if I am, who gives a shit? If I, that's like the thing is like, if you're a solipsist, go ahead, fine. You're completely justified in your asinine ass view. But I'm not gonna sit here and live my life like I'm a fucking brain in the jar because I just like wake up dead in a river tomorrow, or wake up dead. I just end up dead in a river tomorrow, like not being able to use any laws of logic or like justify any knowledge. I don't know. It's just like it's funny because Darth and all of his followers try to appeal to solipsism a lot, but their god, that's logical founding, doesn't solve the problem of solipsism. Like it could still be a brain in the jar arguing with some other brain in the jar, like about the existence of God.
What's my favorite like video with Darth is the one with Alex Malpass. It's I think that they're in Discord. I don't know.
Poor Alex.
But then, so Alex got Darth Dawkins to try and explain how he knows if his brain is not malfunctioning. It's one of the best. It's one of the best things. He's like, how do I know my brain is? I ask other people. I get input from other people.
And it's just like, yeah, those people could also be fake. They could be illusions.
Yeah, it's so funny because Alex is like so serious. And like Darth Dawkins is like struggling for 20 minutes to like.
Ooh, scary question. Darth can't answer. Ooh. Like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now. But did you hear the stupid shit that Concrete said the other day where he goes, I'm going to do my best Concrete impression. God could hypothetically kill himself with a cosmic ray gun.
Wait, what?
And I'm like, what the
fuck? Nice story, bro. That's what I'd say.
It's like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? It's like, it's funny because one of Darth's like favorite lines is, "This is what they're left with." But like, I want to like just point to Concrete and be like, dude, this is what you're left with. Like, you have to have this guy on your side for some reason.
Yeah, man. Like,
listen to him talk for 5 fucking minutes, Darth. God.
I don't know. It's just like people don't usually inquire or have a self-introspection, and that does definitely not happen in Discord, where you just have like the shouting matches.
Yeah, but the shouting match between him and Gus. Do you know Gus? I'm sure, don't you?
I mean, I've seen the videos. I'm not part of the community. I get to know all of the stuff, but
you're not missing much in PNR. PNR is ridiculous.
No, I'm just in the server, and that's it. As far as like debate stuff goes.
Yeah, this server is a fucking like treasure, man. Like the worst we get is Darth Dyers.
AKA and by treasure you obviously mean the cesspool.
Oh man, I've had to ban like I've been a mod for a month and I've already banned like 3 people, like 10 banned, and I got another guy banned through Frank's because the command wasn't working for me. It was God. Jesus. Yo, Franks, what initially happened to get Autism as a curse banned? I can't remember.
I don't even remember. Honestly, I don't even remember.
Did you just like
whatever it was? I mean, he's an idiot, so he deserved it.
You don't cross the idiot bar. Go away.
He messaged me one time, or he sent me a friend request,
Oh, no.
And I didn't accept it. I ignored it. And he sent me a message. He goes, "You can always just ignore me like every other person does in my life. Whatever. Goodbye." And I'm just like, okay, I will. I will ignore you then.
That will teach you to ignore me next time.
Yeah, right. There was this server that Franks and I joined, and I think eventually Scotty joined, where we were in the server because Frank's friend started that. I joined, and this guy like was in there, like that was like antagonizing autism as a curse, and then autism as a curse started like sending me like in all caps, join VC, tell me what your problem is with me, so I joined VC, and I'm like, what do you want? And he goes, what's your problem with me, man? And I'm like, dude, you hop into the server and you say a bunch of stupid shit and you irritate the piss out of me. That's really what you could like bother. He goes, what do I say? And I'm like, dude, you're playing stupid right now. And then like later on down the road, he started like saying like really heinous shit that I don't want to say because we're live streaming right now. But
Wait, what? We're live streaming?
yeah, basically, we have a Discord archives YouTube channel now where you can hear all the conversations we've had in the past,
including this one. Oh no! What would
no,
people
you're
ever? Yeah, I wouldn't care either way.
Yeah,
okay. It's good to know.
But he said some shit. I'm just gonna say that much, and Frank's gonna attest to that. Then, like out of nowhere, we're in the middle of the debate, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not a really like overtly confident guy when it comes to stuff, but I was absolutely like ripping him a new ass. And this random guy hops in, and he starts saying things like, things like, how do you know women don't like getting beat? How do you know that like women were made to be subordinate to men? And then I I started like just shouting over him, and he was like, why aren't you letting me speak? I'm like, because I'm not gonna let a fucking little 14-year-old kid come in here and start shouting really offensive shit, and then like me not troll the shit out of you. And so I just like started like, I don't want to say bullying the guy, but like kind of on the verge of it, because he said like some really offensive shit, and then he eventually left. And then Autism is a Curse comes off mute, and he goes, why did you just bully that guy? You're such a bully.
Oh,
and yeah. I'm like, oh my fucking
he got
God.
He got you.
Franks was there though for that whole fucking thing.
Good stuff.
Jeez, we should have had that fucking. Well, if we had that conversation recorded, it probably would have been taken down off of YouTube because of all the offensive people that came into that fucking server.
That was great though. It was fucking great.
I bullied a fucking bigot off the server.
He left the server, right? After you did that?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think he left. I think he like left completely. Like, cause at first I thought he left like just the chat, and then I tried tagging him in like general, and he didn't pop up. So I was like, oh, this guy's gone. I started like saying like shit like, oh my God, I don't even know. I just started saying really.
Don't do it, man. Don't go there.
Yeah. Hey,
YouTube term service.
Illmatic. When you use the word induction, do you mean that like the past will be like the future will be like the past? Is that what you mean by induction?
Let me think where I can define induction in a way that is articulated well. But I guess so, kind of. It's like just making a prediction, basically. You know, like, you ever heard of the black swan fallacy?
Like, there's like all white swans, and then you like the next one will be white, but it turns out to be black or something like that.
Yeah. Basically, that's kind of what it is.
Some stupid shit like that.
Yeah. Closely related.
Why do people say that that's the fallacy? Is that like an actual fallacy? I need to check.
Yeah, it's basically
I know it's called the Black Swan event, but I never heard about like fallacy.
Yeah, basically, it's just saying that. Let me butcher this real quick.
Yeah,
Because there's
go
not
for it, man.
uses. Because sometimes it's okay to say that the future will be like the past. But
I think the Black Swan fallacy, like the quote unquote actual fallacy, that's something invented by the religious people. This isn't like a real fallacy. This in logic or whatever. This isn't a fallacy. So that's why it's kind
here's
of
what
like,
it's actually called. It's called the faulty generalization fallacy, and it goes. I'll just read it. In logic and reasoning, a faulty generalization, Jesus, similar to a proof by example in mathematics, is an informal fallacy. It involves drawing a conclusion about all or many instances of a phenomenon that has been reached on the basis of one or a few instances of that phenomenon. Is an example of jumping to conclusions. For example, one may generalize about all people or all members of a group based off of what one knows about one member or a few people.
General.
It feels like just like, is that just another word for hasty generalization? Because I don't see the difference.
That's also another fallacy. Hasty generalization fallacy.
Yeah, I think
I don't know.
I think they're like interchangeable, aren't they?
So there's a list of where did you from?
I'll be honest. I went on Wikipedia, so you take what I said with a grain of salt.
No, because I'm not a Wikipedia denier. So Wikipedia is good, but I went to the list of fallacies, and there's a whole category of faulty generalizations. So that's why I was wondering.
Yeah, I typed in Black Swan fallacy, and it redirected to that. But here's what I looked at Black Swan fallacy for people, and it goes: Black Swan fallacy is the tendency of people to ignore the evidence that contradicts their beliefs and assumptions. This fallacy can also refer to the tendency to believe that things they've never witnessed don't exist. Like
so
a combination of multiple fallacies, because like that feels like a bit of an argument from ignorance as well.
So that's why I was curious. I never heard about this one fallacy. I heard about like the event, which is like something that you didn't predict or something like that. So it's something unexpected, basically. But it's not a fallacy to like make the whole system that we use is based on past data, basically.
Yeah.
So if something unexpected happens down the line, that doesn't just invalidate all past data. That just means that we didn't take in account everything. And that's not a fallacy.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be probably maybe like, say, like, that's all there is to it. But no one says that. So whatever.
It feels like the way Wikipedia describes it feels like interchangeable with hasty generalization. So that's just basically probably what I'm going to say from now on.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't popularize the idea that there's an actual Black Swan fallacy, because that's not a thing. That's a made up stuff by the creationist conspiracies.
Yeah.
That shit's so funny.
Like,
but seriously, it's like a language war. Fuck that shit.
Yeah. Anybody that's watching this, just type in Wikipedia Black Swan fallacy and it redirects to faulty generalization. I'm not sure like what the fuck that's about, but
so it says here, like on the list, it says reaching a conclusion from weak premises, which, yeah, sure. I mean, is the thing that we mentioned data, and you say that that's all there is. Yeah, that can be a fallacy, but
yeah, that feels more apt to like what I would accept for a fallacy. Because like that feels like you can measure that actually.
But if you just if you acknowledge that there's a possibility that stuff can change at any time because we don't know everything, then there's not a fallacy anymore. Like you're just that's accepting that stuff can change. So what's the problem?
yeah, but in terms of like induction, reality can't change. I mean, reality is static. So laws of nature aren't going to change tomorrow because reality is reality. You know.
No. The idea is that we don't know all of reality, so we might.
He's right.
On our low.
He's right. It could change. Just because it's currently the way it is. We have good reason to believe that it won't change because it's been the way it is. But I would actually probably say that I unjustifiably accept the probability that it doesn't change. But what he's saying is basically like we can't say with absolute certainty that reality is always going to be static.
Indeed.
Yep.
How can reality not exist?
Well, not that it doesn't exist, but like no, but like not that it doesn't exist, but like the properties of reality could change.
Or checkmate, you reality denier.
Okay, but if reality exists, then it can't change.
Well,
What?
things inside of reality could change, though. Like property could change at any point. Like reality could alter so much to the point where it's just not identifiable to us. Like,
I mean, reality. Like in my opinion, my opinion is reality is emotion because everything's emotion, right? So things can go from
reality is what?
like reality's emotion.
In
I don't know.
emotion.
Like energy's emotion, whatever. But like things can change from one state to the other state, but they can't stop being what they are. So
yeah, okay, but my apologies. I misunderstood what static means. My apologies. I'm a fucking illiterate jackass. I admit to the fact that like sometimes the lingo throws me off. But what I was trying to say is that the properties of reality could change, like at any point. We have reason to believe that they probably won't because of the way that we've observed in the past. But we can't really say with absolute certainty that reality is always going to be the same way that it is. I mean, it's always going to exist, definitely. But it could change in such a way and in such a manner that one day it looks completely different than what it is right now. If that makes any sense, I don't.
You just wake up one day. What the fuck is this shit? I'm not in my room anymore. Where did my induction go? No.
I can think of language, but I can't speak it.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no telling what'll change, But I will say that I probably do accept unjustifiably that reality isn't going to change. I can't really justify that, but.
But no. This is the thing that I don't get, right? Like, why would you even say that? The idea is that it can change at any time, and we're just gonna experience the change. And what's the problem with that? We just update our.
No, yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying. Is like if I don't say with absolute certainty, obviously that reality can't change, of course. And if it does happen to change, then my understanding of things will just mold along with that.
Yeah, update. But I think that the problem for saying it is that
what the theist will say though, right? He says like reality isn't going to change because God isn't going to allow that to happen. Like God is omniscient, so he knows everything. So because so he like he'll make you to know, like he makes them know through revelation or whatever the hell that that reality can't change or whatever.
Yeah. Boy, revelation seems like a poor man's axioms. like really badly. And it's like what fucking Quantum Foam has said several times, and I really agree with, is like our axioms they also share, which is I think therefore I am. At least I hope they do. And those also precede their axiomatic claims of God. So like they have to exist in order to receive revelation. So adding any more fucking axioms is absolutely fucking unnecessary and just shows that they're jumping to fat ass conclusions right off the bat.
It would be really funny to see them denying it. No, I can not exist and still receive revelation.
Dude, I had a debate.
Prove it.
I had a debate
Prove
with
that.
fucking. Do you know George? Do you know George? He's in here sometimes, but I had a debate with him on that, and he was saying that a theist could justify somehow that they don't exist and can receive revelation. He was like, they could be. The mind could, like, he said something weird. He was like, God could put revelation in their brains before they exist. And I'm like, yeah, but you said they. That's the thing, is that you're presupposing there is a they for them to be. Like I was just like,
you're
this sounds
doing
like mumbo jumbo.
You're doing the mad slick stuff. Go on, explain it without they.
It just feels like.
Go on, I dare you. Explain that without I. Go on.
It's like, it just feels like incoherent garbage. And I was trying to explain that to him. I was like, I share like the same, like they share my axioms. At least I hope, or else they're fucking insane. Like they share the fact that like that they believe in the cogito. They have to. On some fucking level, like it's self-evident, like they're thinking and something is occurring. Like Jesus, it's just like I can't wrap my mind around the mental gymnastics they have to do to like get around that.
So I think what happens in most of these discussions is that people, and that's why I think you gotta be careful with the stuff, because they're just going to latch on like the common sense understanding of the world. Because that's why I don't agree with you don't explain like induction, you experience it, and that goes on for a bunch of other stuff, because it doesn't make sense to discuss it in those terms, I would say. And that's just like you're giving them the language game instead of like addressing the real issue.
You know what the funniest thing is too is that they have to use induction to realize
to read the Bible.
Yeah. To know it's gonna work. They can't justify induction either. Like they literally have just as hard of a problem with it too. Like every problem they do, it's just like them throwing a hammer at us, and then it's like not even like near us; it hits the tree. Like you're at an axe throw, right? And then like the target in front of you is like the atheist. But instead you're at a completely different lane and you don't realize it. And what you do is you actually hit a Christian.
Crossfire, no, don't do it.
Like, how dare you use the problem of induction against me?
Yeah.
Atheist problem. Or like when Darth tries to say that atheists can't invoke the problem of evil because we have no justification for our morals. I'm like, you fucking idiot, you fucking dumbass. It's an internal critique. Like it's not our problem. It's y'all's problem. That's the fucking
when it just deflects when internal critics are brought up.
Yeah, I like he hates, like he can't handle internal critiques. He's so bad at defending them, and he dodges all the questions to deal with them. Like. Like he just cannot, and it's funny because it shows the most in his debate with Pine Creek, where Pine Creek figured it out, like and just pressed him on his questions for Jesus, because Darth can't justify anything inside of Scripture. Like that man cannot. Like Jesus,
take that, Mr. Dodger.
Yeah, Darth Dodgers. Jeez.
Anyway, so the thieves helpline is for atheists to jerk themselves off to like destroying thieves.
That's basically what the atheist helpline in fucking PNR is.
I wish
like
we
it's
had
just
more thieves come in, but it is what it is.
We had Doulos for a while. I don't know what the fuck happened to Chris. Chris like was here like every day for so long. He would jump in here. Like he would jump in here like every day. And I'm gonna be honest, he did a good job. He defend his beliefs fairly well. I mean, you know, it kind of took TJump hopping in with George that one time. I don't know. I hope.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I'm fine with it. I like jerking off, so that's why I'm here.
You guys remember that fucking Christopher Hitchens quote where he goes, "Once I realized that my God-given member would give me no peace, I decided I'd give it no rest in return."
That guy is savage. I don't know that specific quote, but the rest of the stuff is pretty well put.
Yeah.
But he mostly uses like rhetoric tricks, right? Not logic, which is why it's so effective.
Yeah. It's funny because Darth likes to make fun of Christopher Hitchens, but if he was on stage with Christopher Hitchens for like 5 minutes, like Jesus Christ, Hitchens would like probably annihilate Darth's ass. Like,
yeah.
And he's not, and Hitchens isn't even a philosopher. He never claimed to be.
Yeah, he's just an angry atheist. He wants his autonomy, or whatever they say.
Oh, man. So, did you guys see, didn't Tom have a debate against a flat earther?
He did. Nathan Thompson.
Oh, so that was that guy.
Yeah, it was. That piece of shit.
So, how bad on a scale of 1 to 10 did fucking Tom get in there?
He pretty much destroyed him right off the bat. I mean, he gave him a scientific experiment that proves the globe Earth, and then after that, he's like, "Well, I gave you the experiment, so disprove it." And so he started bringing up all this other bullshit. And Tom's like, "But I gave you the experiment that proves the globe Earth, so please disprove it." Like, and then Tom answered all his questions, and then he got back to it. So it was
Oh boy. Yeah, that's a good way to handle this guy. Just come up with like an actual experiment and give it to them. But I mean, it would be like if they would actually do something like, especially after COVID, if they actually meet up in real life and actually do something like, bring a telescope and take a look at the ISS, like real time. Like that's what I would do.
Yeah. Jeez, man. I didn't know that Tom debated what's his name? What is his name? The guy who hosts MDD.
James.
Yeah, I didn't know he ever debated James.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
That's
it was
great.
A while ago.
James is such a nice guy though.
Yeah, he's good.
Not according to Darth Dawkins.
Really?
Oh yeah.
It's like the scummiest scum of the non-moderator.
How could anybody ever dislike James? Of course, it's fucking Darth Dawkins that hates him.
It's because he giggles like a schoolgirl. That's what he's saying. Like Darth Dawkins is awesome for like the stupid shit that he says. He's like I don't even get him, sometimes. Like the only person that I could think of on the internet so stupid that he has another channel by the opposition made about him and monetize the stuff. It's like he's like the most moronic person on the internet.
God. Wonder what Gary Milne looks like.
Hey, do you guys want to know?
Probably
something?
like a walking mascot. That's how I.
His wife is like really attractive, or his ex-wife.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it.
Apparently so.
I saw her on a video, and I thought she looked really good.
Is there a video online of something of her?
Yeah, there is. I don't remember where it was, but I found like she was like talking about him, and she looked really good. Like she was a very attractive woman. I mean, not. I mean, she was older, I guess, but I mean, for her age, she looked really good.
Did you hear the video where the chick in the background call his name and goes, Gary? And he paused for a minute and he goes, what you just said was laughable, but I have a dinner appointment I have to attend.
That's something he would say, yeah.
Yeah. I'm not dodging you. I'm not dodging you. It's just like, shut up. Shut the fuck up, you dumbass. Jeez, man.
What are we ever going to do? I mean, I hope that he's going to always be on the platform. Because, you see, like, this is the perfect example. You shouldn't ban people. You should just give them their own platform and spaces because it's like pure entertainment. Just give Nazis all the platform. Give the communists too. Give everyone a platform.
Is his wife's name Carol?
What's it? What? What'd you say?
Was his wife's name Carol by chance?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I wouldn't be able to tell you honestly.
I'm not necessarily a fan of looking into people's stuff.
Yeah.
Lives.
Oh, I'm not a fan of looking like I don't even know how I found the video, honestly. It was just like random.
Yeah.
I found it.
That was definitely an attack on you, yeah. But this is a good example of like why there's disagreement. Just take stuff that they hear and they interpret. And that's how you get to creationism.
Jeez, man. It's like what Scotty said, though. I feel so bad how much we've talked about the jackass tonight.
Oh yeah.
Which one is the jackass?
Darth.
Oh, okay.
Darth
So this
Maul.
isn't like a we don't regularly jerk off to Darth. We jerk off to something.
We unfortunately do sit around sometimes.
I mean, whatever goes. Different experiences.
We totally deserve it.
That's cool.
Oh, jeez. So I've been trying to get into making more music recently.
What instruments are you using? What process? What?
I play guitar, but I've been trying to also focus on like other kinds of like music as well. Like I started making like just kind of like trip hop-ish kind of like beats and stuff on my GarageBand application for my Mac.
Oh, GarageBand! I heard about that.
Yeah, it's a free app that comes with every Mac. So I'm just sitting there making music with it. Basically, I made like my band's last like few albums with it, and so it's really helpful for that.
So I don't know if this is like similar to GarageBand, but I found like that's really cool. It's kind of more like a social music type of platform, but it comes with an app, and it's really. I'm gonna post it headline. So it's called BandLab, and you can actually make it. They have mobile app as well, and they also have like a web interface, but they're a bit different. But it's like super easy to play with it because they have like loads of assets, like resources to use already made, and it's free, and you can mush them together however you want. And you can also like find projects that other people fork them and do your own spin-off or whatever. And there's a bunch of stuff you can do. You can even like record your instruments or MIDI.
Yeah. So do you make music?
I don't. but I'm so I have one of these electric pianos, and I do plan on like I kind of play with it, but I'm no expert. Like I don't actually know how to play it. I just play around with it, for fun. And at some point I was researching like what methods do you use to make music on computer. Because I know if you know stuff like Fruity Loops, that was like big some while ago, the app. And I started looking into this stuff, and that's how I BandLab. Because I'm on Linux, and I had to find like an alternative.
I used to use FL Studio also. I used it a long time ago. It's been forever since I used it, and it wasn't as easy for me to figure out what GarageBand was for some reason. But also, it might be the fact of like that I was using GarageBand for so long that I just pretty much know everything about it now. I have an old Mac, so like my old Mac has like the original version of GarageBand on it, and I can't really update it past like I think it's like third or fourth rendition. So it's just nutty. But yeah.
So there's a guy that I think is like mainly the only one that uses BandLab on YouTube as tutorials and some other stuff he has in there. Mnemonic or something like that called. He has a lot of like demos in there. It's pretty cool. BandLab. Let me share because you can actually see it's like he has some short videos too, so you can just see some examples. So I don't know if it's like a GarageBand or not, because I never use the Mac. What the app does. But it's simple. It's fairly simple to use this BandLab. And like the other alternative, when I was researching this, because like I mentioned, I'm Linux. There is a thing that's similar to Fruity Loops. It's called LMMS, but it's fairly like if I were to categorize these things, it's like the LMMS and Fruity Loops type of workflow is like low level, whereas BandLab is kind of like high level, where you don't have to worry about. You can go in and make notes on instruments and whatever if you want that, but it's more like you create like bit loops, and they also give you a lot of like already made loops that you can play around with, change a little bit. So I think it's just more intuitive for a beginner. This type of BandLab type of thing.
Yeah. So what got you into to all of that kind of stuff?
The BandLab?
Yeah.
Yeah, so because I'm a programmer, I do freelancing for game development, and we do mainly courses, like how we teach how to do game development. And at some point I was interested, like if I were to make like my own project or something like that, I would need all sorts of tools. And this is one that I was researching for that purpose.
Yeah. That's cool. I've actually messed around trying to make video game music. And I really enjoy it. I'm a really big fan of the Doom soundtracks, of course, because it feels like anybody that gets really big into producing video game music and uses guitar is into that a little bit. I'm also a big fan of Akira Yamaoka, the Silent Hill, the guy who made the Silent Hill soundtracks. So, but yeah. Just
at the moment, I'm more like into drawing. Like this is a and this other stuff is kind of like backseat. In priorities.
I got you.
So speaking, like, let me give you. Fuck is that shit? Like who reads this stuff? Why what's this? A being's immutability cannot What? Let me see. Where do I? Miles. So, because I participated in this, it's an interesting type of competition. There's this guy that I'm following on social platform, and he does comic book type of things, and it's a bit different than the general scene actual comic books. And I really like the simplified look at that stuff. And he has an ongoing tournament, and the way it works is like you come up with an original character design, and you pit it to against another one from another person. So it's a 1 versus 1 type of bracket type of deal, a championship. And if you get voted for a period of 24 hours, you get voted onto the next round. And then you have the option to redesign your character. It has to be the same character. You can redesign it, give it cooler looks or whatever. And this is, I'm just gonna post it, this helpline. And this was my original character, the first one. The first round design. And the second round design is this one. And the second one didn't make it. It lost. But it was fun.
That's pretty cool, though. They remind me. She reminds me of a League of Legends character, kind of.
Oh no! Don't do that.
No.
There's some I don't know, like that style from League of Legends, like the illustrations and whatever. That's not my cup of tea.
Oh, I got you.
So let me give you some. This guy. This guy, he can make like super simplified stuff look amazingly good. And I'm kind of trying to work my way towards that, because I've been doing more like realistic type of paintings, but I want to do more stylized stuff recently, and been looking at a lot of like cartoon type of stuff. And this is someone else left. And this is his Instagram page, and he's actually working on fandom, I think you call them, type of a spin-off of Spider-Man and DC, and he has like a comic book in the making and he posts like these characters around on the designs. And I don't know, I mean, I really like just because they're so simple and yet very well done, even though it's super stylized.
Okay, let me see.
So that's my cup of tea.
Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that's really stylish. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I wanna do that, because one thing is like the reason you go for something like this, especially animation and what, because it's just simpler to design and to work with.
God,
especially
that Red
if you have like the which one?
The Red X design looks so sick.
The Red X? I don't know which one.
Gotham Red.
The Gotham Red, yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I mean, the Gotham Red, that's a team, and then you have like different, I guess, famous like characters redesigned in his style.
Yeah, he has really nice style. That's really good.
And if you go through his, he has like some examples of like comic book mini stories as well, and they're really good as well. There's one where like the Spider-Man goes to London. It's so funny.
Oh, he has a My Hero Academia team, huh? It's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I also do art. I'm not nearly as good as either of you guys, though.
It's okay. We all learn. Like I've been doing this for a while. I'm nowhere near like the.
This guy is nutty. Jeez, this guy is really talented. Damn, his JoJo. Jeez. So he does comic book art, you said?
Yeah, mainly I think that's his main stuff.
Okay. Jeez, this is nuts. This is really good stuff. I have a specific kind of art style where my style is like really kind of got this messy-ish feel to it. And I can't really tell if that's just because I'm terrible or if it's the actual like stylistic direction I'm going. Like, sometimes it looks interesting because of it. But you know,
like I also focus like my goal with my art style, whatever it is that if I can get to the point where I can do it at the sketch level and to look like finished or to look good enough that you can pass around as finished, that's my goal. That's what like makes stuff look good. If you can stop at any point and say, yeah, I'm done with this. And there are some people so because with the game design stuff, I don't know if you know, there's this huge industry in film as well. It's called concept art.
Yeah.
Not many people actually know. But so what these people do, they do for the pre-production phase. So you don't as a general, because sometimes projects can even get cancelled and they're not allowed because of an NDA or something. They're not aware. So most of it gets thrown away. So and there's a few guys that have YouTube channels where they go through their process, where they make designs and paintings and drawings and whatever. And one of the best ones that I know of is like this guy, Ate Gailan. He's amazing. Also kind of like a simplified type of look he has, but his main I guess object of design is backgrounds. He's an environmental artist, background artist. So his paintings are like super good.
Okay. I tagged you in my favorite artist currently that I really wanted to model, like the idea of like of my art style around, kind of. It should be in
I see.
Yeah. He's my pretty much my biggest inspiration for drawing. I just that like noirish, like kind of like dark style. Charlie Adlard is just the like shading and the shadows he does. I just want to figure out how he does it.
You can probably just break down stuff, but the way I see a lot of like different stuff he has. Does he do like all of the images are from him or what? Because they were like wildly, some of them.
Yeah, he he does different like kinds of he uses different kinds of material. Like, so a lot of times he'll use like pencil brush pens, and then other times he'll use like watercolor or like actual like different kinds of paint. So that's probably what you're looking at.
Yeah, like his ink stuff is really good, but the other stuff is not. I'm not convinced.
Yeah, he's really good at inking. I'm not super sold on the painting because I think that's something he's actually recently gotten into.
I see. That explains it. Yeah, the inking is pretty good.
Yeah, he
which reminds me, I should search for this. Oh, he has an Instagram. Do you know this guy called Marcos? He wrote, was probably like becoming the Bible of like comic book, at least Western comic book type of things. Marcos Mateo Mestre. He's amazing. And he wrote books on comic book composition and perspective. And he basically just uses, like most of the stuff he does these days is digital, but he uses for most of this stuff like one brush.
So what was his name again?
I posted the link in the Taste helpline to
okay.
his Instagram page.
Okay.
Marcos Mateo Mestre. So he wrote some books, and the books are really, really good.
Okay, so he seems like somebody I'd probably be interested in getting into. Since this is right up my alley.
Yeah,
this guy's damn.
Yeah, good. It reminded me like that other reminded me of this. And Marcos Mateo also has like a couple of YouTube demo things. He doesn't go too much into them, or some of them are just like him drawing without, just like for 3 minutes. And then you see like in 3 minutes, he's like fucking makes an entire page.
Jeez. And you know what the crazy thing is like he the thing about Charlie Adlard is his is like a it feels like his is kind of like a realistic approach for art, whereas this guy's got like such a unique feel to it. Like it feels like this style of his is something that he is just made his own, like the noir style, or that's basically what it is. Kind of, it's just a noir style, the dark style. He just feels like he's just like he seems like he's really comfortable with what he's doing. Like this guy's damn good. Jesus.
Yeah, man. If you're into comics, follow me on Instagram, because I'm about to make like. Well, yeah. I don't know. It's gonna be like an experiment for me, because after I went through this tournament with my original character, I came up with the idea to make like a super short story where she actually we see her going into the and follow her for like a couple of episodes or something like that. I have no idea if it's going to be.
What's your Instagram? You can link it to me.
It's already linked here.
Is it in self prom? Oh, is it in the?
Let me see, because maybe
Nicola.
Yeah. No, that's
not. Yeah,
I wish I would. I'll just post it again here in the Taste.
Sweet.
Like I just made my account a few like week ago or something. So I don't have.
Yeah, I just followed you from my record label page. So. Oh, that's really good. That's that choke slam. It looks like a choke slam at least.
Wait. What are you looking at?
It says doodle practice. It looks like a choke slam.
The guy. So that's a experiment that took a wrong turn. I have no idea why it came up.
That's so cool, though. This looks really good.
Yeah, thanks.
Do you use Clip? Oh wait, no, you use Pexel. Okay.
I use an app called Krita.
Okay.
Which is free, and is mainly the only one that works on Linux.
Oh, I got you.
I'm kind of limited with my options.
Yeah, I use Clip Studio Paint, which is.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
It's unfortunately not free, but it's really cool.
Nicola uses that, the guy with the comic I'm following. But you know what? I mean, the way that stuff is, they're tools, and as long as you do the job with the tools,
oh, absolutely,
doesn't matter what you use.
You know what? Looking back, actually, I can kind of see that for some reason, Clip Studio has a very unique feel to it. As
Digital
well.
look.
Yeah, it definitely does.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty. It's okay. I like Krita is actually super. You can do stuff that looks traditional as well as very digital stuff and whatever you can pretty much do. And it's free and it's open source, so I really like that.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna look into that then. I like free things.
Yeah. And it's really good too. I mean, I think not many people know how to actually use it because you do have to like search a few things here and there. But for example, it has this drawing assistant tools for perspective, and it has lots of them. Fisheye, like whatever you can think of, general 3-point perspective, blah blah blah, whatever. And I generally just use those as you can make the brush follow the lines, and you can even make them, like see in perspective, like the actual brush, if you want to have that. But I just use them as guidelines. Really, you can set them up and change the opacity. I've even seen, because I look at tutorials online for Photoshop and whatever, because you have maybe some stuff, and there are still people like professionals and whatever that they draw the grid themselves or something like that, some nonsense like that, when you have the app do it for you. And Krita is really good at this stuff, as helping you to figure out stuff.
Yeah, I'm really into I'm also really into physical art because I like I'm always constantly like using paper over and over again. One, it's like having digital art's probably better because you never have to like go buy paper and go buy pencils and all of that. But it's something about it. It's just really nice.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it. I'm the opposite. Traditional stuff. Fuck that shit. I mean, I like it. It's cool. Other people can do it. I don't. I personally can't stand it to do it myself.
Yeah. The second I started using Clip Studio, I had to like get adjusted to it because for some reason it's just like, man, drawing digitally feels so different. And it feels better, honestly. I hate to say it, as much as I really like drawing, like I was saying, and like there's times where I just want to be like, I want to have a piece of paper in front of me because it feels really intimate that way. I'm not sure if that makes any sense, but
not to me.
Yeah, it totally does feel like I feel a lot more free.
Alive. You feel alive. Yeah, but no, I don't understand what you mean. I just don't. I personally, I understand at the intellectual level, like why people get attached to like all of this stuff, but getting attached is
yeah.
I recommend this if I can, like whenever I talk. There's this book called The Art of Thinking Clearly, and the guy goes through 100 known fallacies, and he explains them in a very, because he's actually a writer, like a scientist, psychologist, or philosopher, or anything like that. And he explains them through examples in his own life and just like little anecdotes. So like each fallacy is 1 page up to 2 pages max of a story or something, or an explanation. And it's really good. It makes you think a lot of stuff that you generally don't think about, especially. And you start seeing, like when people make fallacies, you say, oh, that's like an emotional appeal, or that's like survival bias, or that's like, stuff like that. You can actually see time. Really good. Really good book.
So, what kind of music do you guys listen to?
Fuck music. I just make it. Well, because I do programming most, uh, like drawing and that type of stuff. Like, I tend to not listen much anymore.
Yeah.
Just this, because that's why this thing got so popular with the lo-fi girl or whatever, videos on YouTube, the playlists, meta playlists or whatever.
Yeah.
Some of them are live or whatever. I kind of some of them, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm the type of person like I'll get hung up on one song for like a long time. I don't know if you guys are like that, but like I've been listening to Billie
Yeah.
Eilish, Your Power, or yeah, that's what it's called. And I just love that song so fucking much.
You guys reminded me of a girl from Russia. If I could find her, she has like such an interesting voice, and like I wouldn't I wouldn't actually listen to her except just for like once or twice, that's enough. But it is kind of weird because she's also super young, or at least when she performed the songs, she was like 16 or something like that, and her voice is like awesomely weird. um, Let me see if I can find her.
Yeah, but I love Billie Eilish. Personally, like I don't think she can sing that well. Like I've heard her sing live, and she's not that good. But her music is just so good. Like it's so pleasing to the ear. I would never like pay to like listen to her, but I definitely like her album. Uh, but Elmatic, I like that song you sent me. That was really good, man.
Oh, which one?
Oh, I don't remember. I would have to go back on the because you sent it to me like a few days ago. It was really
Was
good.
it from Bunny Laundering?
I think so. It was like it had a really good vibe to it. Do you know?
Was it a girl?
Yeah, it was a girl.
Yeah, Victoria. She's really good.
Yeah, that was
She's
good.
she's one of my favorite signs on my label. She's really talented girl.
That was good. I really like that. That type of music is like what I'm into. Anything with like a good vibe or uh, that's pleasing to the ears. Like I'm not really into heavy metal or anything like that. Like I don't get into that type of stuff, but if it has a good beat, I love it.
Okay, so I found her, but find this song. Yeah, because so this is like a here. Enjoy. It's really really amazing to hear. For
I'm not, I'm not listening to anything that's not in my language, sir.
you don't know what you're missing.
And I'm
America.
Hispanic too, so I know English songs and Spanish songs. Even though I don't really like Spanish songs that much. Like I don't know if you guys heard of reggaeton, but like it's like reggae, but like mixed with like Spanish.
Oh wow,
But yeah,
that background. Whoa, her voice is not what I expected it to sound like.
Yeah, I know.
Jeez, what is that intonation? What in the fuck? She's only 15?
Yeah, when she performs that, yeah.
Damn.
wait, how old is she?
15
I think
apparently.
Wow.
I think she's like 17 or 18 at the moment.
I want to hear her speaking voice.
She has a normal speaking voice.
Is that just a voice she's put on, or is that like her actual singing voice?
That's her actual singing voice, but when she speaks pretty normal.
Oh wow!
There are two different. When she goes into singing mode, a different beast.
I can tell she's probably been taught certain methods that lead her to sounding like that.
Oh yeah. She is like mentored one of the greatest Russian singers, like of all time or something like that. Currently living.
Yeah. I was about to say that's not something she learned by herself. That's something that somebody taught her.
Yeah, definitely. But so that's like just a taste, This is like her full. If you listen to this next song, this is like the full extent of what she can do. I think it's also pretty. It's a Russian song, really amazing to hear like what she can actually do with the voice, because she can yodel as well.
Oh boy.
Anyway, I'm gonna jump in some drawings, I think, guys. So it's been we didn't get to destroy anything today, but the jerk off was good.
Yeah, it was a really good time.
Nice meeting you, brother.
Yeah, see you around, guys.
Yeah, nice meeting you. Later. All right, Franks. Probably gonna call it a night myself.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
Stream's been
sorry
going for a while, man.
I'm gonna say it's got to be the longest stream that we've had so far for this.
It's gonna be good though, man. I mean, there were a lot of good conversations, so
Yeah.
All right, brother.
All right.